No, I cannot be starting a scuff already. Come on. There we go.
What happened? What?
It wasn't letting me start the share chat.
I was gonna say, I was like, yeah, all right, I'm waiting. I was like, do you want me to still do the intros? Because I'm live.
I'm live too.
Good job then.
Yeah, thanks. I figured we'd give it a second to let people actually filter in.
Fine.
Oh my god, wow.
There's something I forgot, but I was like, oh yeah, I guess I'll binge. So like, yeah, Silas, if you do change your mind about like playing Borderlands, we already, the two of us already got the game for each other.
Fair.
So, like, you you hold my hand through Warframe, I'll hold your hand through Borderlands 4. Because apparently I'm gonna have like 3
What? You're gonna play
playthroughs.
Warframe?
Look, the way it would work, me playing Warframe is like me playing Fortnite with other friends. I will play so casually, but if this is the way for us to hang out, maybe.
Fair enough.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, you can do that with Warframe.
Oh, sorry. Someone just subscribed. How dare they? Thank you. Stop scribbles. Stop.
Want a break from the ads? For the low price of $5.99 a month, you too can stop the fucking ads.
Well, guess what? It's even lower if you subscribe for 3 or 6 months. Just like I do for Quint_VT.
Oh my god, I do too for Quint_VT.
Hey.
What the flip?
You stop it right now.
Hey, you can't say flip to a Filipino like that.
Okay, Pinoy boy. I mean,
okay. It was like, what you gonna say next? What the fob? Okay, I see how it is. Is this how you imagine this starting?
You coconut
Honestly,
muncher.
I wouldn't expect anything less.
Perfect. This is some good horchata.
Bastard.
Okay, yeah, just rub it in.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. It's giving me a nice creamy
I can
feeling
make some right
inside.
now, honestly. I can make some. I can
Okay,
just
go,
make some.
go,
I have
go.
rice. No, I'm too lazy, actually.
But yes, thank you, whoever that was. Starlight Dat Yura.
Okay.
Who?
There's some weird nobody who's been subscribed to some bunny butt for 10 months apparently. I would have
Weird how they focus on the butt again.
Oh my god.
I mean like, have you sniffed the tail? Like, honestly, the tail kind of looking crusty. Like,
whoa.
Damn.
Whoa.
Look, in this kind of heat, what am I supposed to do?
You got stud tail? What the hell's going on?
Look, when I lost my leg, I lost some feeling, so I haven't noticed, okay? So are we basically are we basically after the ad break, or what are we doing?
Yeah, let's just do it after ad break.
Okay, I got like a minute 50.
Cool.
Let's see. Borderlands, and then some dork also got me the new Katamari game coming out. Oh god.
Oh man.
What did you say?
Once Upon a Katamari. So it's a time travel game.
Okay. Nope. Yep. Getting it.
Wow, I'm getting that.
So Star might have also been nice enough to get me the collector's version, so it comes with like past songs and other stuff.
Yes.
Yo.
Oh man, that's gonna slap so fucking hard.
Bro, what?
Yeah,
I wish they would
coming out
come
in
out with like a
October.
multiplayer.
Oh yeah, there's a multiplayer on it too.
What?
4 players.
I can roll around and collect garbage with my friends?
Yep. So yeah, the King of all Cosmos destroyed Earth again. So basically you're rolling up things throughout the different ages.
Let's go, pyramids?
As is customary.
I think so. Yeah. Are you watching the trailer?
No, I just took a guess.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's pyramids, and then of course there's the Japan stuff because there always is. But yeah.
Yeah.
Actually,
Yes, let me roll through feudal Japan. Nah, that's about to go so fucking hard.
it
I'll play that game for
also
Yeah.
hours.
yeah. Apparently, also with it, it's it's including all the cousins throughout the games, and so the total is 69 playable characters. How nice!
Yeah, let's go. 69.
There's a prehistoric with cavemen and dinosaurs. There's a
Boonga boonga.
there's a Roman stage, a Western stage. Yeah, there's a
Too
feudal
true.
Japan looking one.
Oh yeah, perfect. Gotta roll up some
Uh, a,
samurai.
a pirate stage, I think.
I
Yeah,
mean,
they're
if you're
getting
planning to have
weird
booty,
with
what are you
it.
doing?
Yeah, buddy. And then there's like power ups and stuff like magnet to draw things in.
Oh, this is gonna go so fucking hard.
Yeah. So get ready, everybody. We're going to be playing this in October. October 24th is when it comes out. Oh, also you can customize your character for different faces and like color schemes.
Oh, this is gonna be so goddamn hype.
Yeah, there's like a coffin pharaoh looking cousin. There's an ink brush one too. And there's two guys in a horse costume. One.
Yeah, that's me.
Second
Oh
is
yeah,
no.
perfect.
I can hear you doing the Kronk. Oh, it's all coming together now.
It's all coming together now.
Let's see. I'm double checking. Eventually we'll get to get started. But where is it? The
Hi,
where does
Mizo.
it say? Hello, Mizo.
Hey, Mizo.
Okay, yeah. So the King of All Sounds edition, it comes with 60 song tracks from past series, and then 26 costumes from past series. I hope they include the mask because I loved when you could make Crow look like a Sentai.
Yeah.
Do you remember that one?
Oh man. Yep. Yeah. God damn, man. That really takes me back. I never thought they would come out with a new one.
Yeah, well,
Holy
because they kept
shit.
doing re-releases for the longest time.
Yeah, that's what I always thought they would just, drop another remake for the modern fucking
Yeah.
generation of systems.
I played We Love Katamari, the re-release recently. So I was just like, oh shit, they're doing it. Hello.
Hi,
And
Miss
Mizo,
Mary.
I assume you're not
Hey,
too
Meow.
late. So Star is the one hosting it, so if they would like to now that we're done spazzing out about Katamari, because this happens once every 3 generations basically, because the last real game was like 360.
God damn.
Yeah.
Beautiful
Katamari Damacy. Or was it?
Yeah, beautiful
it?
Katamari, because it's Katamari Damacy was PS2, and then We Love Katamari Damacy.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah.
Or We Love Katamari the second one. Then the third is Beautiful Katamari, which came out on 360, and then they did a bunch of like
I didn't get to play Beautiful Katamari.
people are hoping they release that one, but and then everything else was either like spin-offs or portable games or re-releases, so they didn't count as much. And the BitTales. Oh no, that's a different thing. You're good. we still need more of those. So
Please,
if we
please, I checked. We need way more for the BitTales, please.
well, I think what I'm gonna try and do is to hype it up is do another drop your PNG so I can do the lore thing.
Mhm.
And then if people like that, then that gives incentive to do the 2-bit tales. Or 2-bit prompts, I should say. Sark, send me the link because I
I'm
can't.
grabbing it. Hold on. You know
Thank
what?
you.
You just recently retweeted it. I'm gonna grab it from there. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know where it disappeared to in my Discord.
Well, I retweeted it recently, but also I've been retweeting like other stuff too.
Okay, well, I retweeted it recently then.
Okay, fair enough.
There it is.
Okay.
All right, Mizo,
Oh,
I'm
stars
DMing
really
it to
looking.
you.
So. I was
Also,
gonna say you could also post it in the chat so that it could get pinned.
okay, well, if I'm doing that, hold on. So I'll just grab the. You use the long link.
Oh no.
Yeah, fuck it. Well. We'll get this situated and then we'll do introductions for it.
Yeah. Shout out to the
No
Weird
worries,
Pearl
no
and
worries.
Dunkin' Donuts.
Gotta put the
Hell
elevator
yeah.
music on.
Wait, hold on, I'm fucking stupid. Hold on.
What you do?
I forgot I had a command.
Oh, yeah, that's on you. Just give that to me and I'll put it in mine also. Okay, yeah, this is what we're doing. Thank you.
Mm,
I'm just gonna copy and paste that and do that for mine. Also, since you're hosting, I can do this while you're doing that.
yeah. So, yes, we are doing a DM collab right now. Tales of the DM, you could say, where I have
Yes,
gathered my
indeed.
friends who have a lot more combined knowledge than I do of D&D. And
We're friends?
shut the fuck up. God damn it.
I'm smiling. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, whatever. But yes, we are I'm gonna basically grill these guys, and I actually did mention this during our collab, Mizo, that anyone in chat can also put in questions that they have for any of us. Because I literally mentioned that on Tuesday during like at the end of our Undertale collab. So I have a list of questions that I had pre-prepared. I was also going to do some of them on the fly, and then we were going to take questions from the audience as well when they came up. God damn
Don't worry, that's only in my chat. So if you want to see what the response was.
18 times. I can't believe you've done it on stream 18 times.
No, you've added ones that weren't on stream.
No, I haven't actually.
You've done it. We were talking and I
Wait,
checked
was it?
as you did it. You're like grumbling. It's like, do I add the ones on off stream? And I said, I don't care. And then you're like, fine, I will.
Okay. Well, then that number needs to be way higher.
Well, then that's on you. You're the one updating it.
Okay, well. This is an
By the way,
interrogation.
By the way, if Star ever falls for one, it's exclamation got him.
Oh my god.
Is it?
Here, we'll go ahead and start it off with Mizo's question. When starting D&D as a new player, what advice can you give to them just starting off?
Was it starting out DM or player?
Well, for Mizo, I know it's going to be player.
Okay. But okay, just as a player. Okay. As a new player. Sorry, I thought you were reading it off. I didn't realize Misa just put it in chat. As a new player, what are we thinking? This just starting off. this is under the assumption you're at a table of. Well, I think the first thing is like, you're not necessarily going to know until you are in it, but do your best to find a table that is going to fit the vibes you want. Because I truly believe that the biggest thing is the experience you have with other people. So if you're not vibing with the table, you're not going to enjoy it, even if it is quote unquote a good DM and other players. Because you know, D&D is, since it's so open ended, it could be whatever you want it to be. So you know, just making sure you're on the right table. So I think the biggest thing as a new player is make sure you and everyone else are on the same page. Because at least for me, I'm not worried about if you're a new player or a veteran player. I just want to make sure we're giving each other what we both need out of this experience.
Yeah, I kind of wholly agree with that. And kind of piggybacking off of that idea, expectations, setting
Mm,
realistic expectations, going in, knowing what you're getting yourself into, right? And what you can expect from future experiences while on this little adventure. Um, a lot of people have pre-existing notions they'll go into
yeah,
a game with. That can be very self-defeatist, especially if it runs contraindicative to what you're looking for out of the campaign. Now, honestly, that's kind of a hard place to fall unless it's like a really uh poorly matched party DM kind of dynamic. You know what I
mm,
mean? Because again, everybody's different. Everybody's got different styles, play styles, DMing styles. So a lot of it is setting realistic expectations, kind of like Alistair said, knowing what you're looking for and also having firm boundaries with things you're not willing to engage with.
that's good.
Um,
Yeah.
yeah, that's a big one. That's a big one. Being it's okay as a player to say no. I'm not okay with this particular theme or subject matter because it's uh triggering or offensive or whatever have you. And generally if you got good communication going on with your DM, that won't really be a problem, Again, coming back to expectations and understanding what you're getting into, right? Um but yeah, pretty much on the same boat with that. And
Uh,
also starting simple.
yeah.
Starting simple. It's really common I've seen with newer players who have these really grandiose concepts for player character ideas in their head, but then when brought to mechanical implementation, it can be very daunting or overwhelming. And starting simple gives you an opportunity to kind of introduce yourself to the various mechanics and gain a firm understanding of how you can engage with them, which segues into being able to expand on your builds, your creativity, and how you want to build these different characters into the concepts you're looking for.
My
Yeah.
advice is pretty
Oh.
simple. Um, First off, learn how to use Roll20.
True.
Very important that you learn how to use whatever your chosen DM is using for their campaign. So some people might use Roll20 or they might use D&D Beyond. Uh and also learning how to make a character sheet and what everything means. So like knowing what your ability scores mean or your checks and saving throws, what all that stuff, like learning that is fundamental to having a smooth experience when you're playing D&D. There's so much that you can choose from, lots of variety, especially if your DM is okay with homebrew content. It gets pretty crazy. So knowing the fundamentals first is always really important.
And kind of
Hmm.
piggybacking off of that too, where if you have a question, always go to your DM. If it's something that's like base D&D and you can
Oh
answer it from
yes,
the player's
please.
handbook, if you can answer from the player's handbook, feel free to. But also, if you're dealing with a table that works with a lot of homebrew, like the Sundered Kingdoms, those may not always apply. And even at a normal table,
Yeah.
you can have places where like my offline one that I do, we flip between whatever works better for a combat. So some days we will do every player will go and then the enemy goes, or we'll sometimes do initiative if there's just too much to be able to fully keep track of. And
Ah, yeah, we've
have
done that before
yeah,
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
having that open communication and have like genuinely going to your DM will always solve most of your issues if you have a question for the table. And
Yes. Oh, God.
I was just going to say basically the normal rule of there's no stupid questions. Like you may think it's stupid, but
Yeah,
potentially there is another player at the table that has that
genuinely not
exact
stupid.
question.
The DM will like you more because you're actively asking questions to make sure you understand it.
Yeah. And
Yes.
yep.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's like, okay, cool. I know you're trying to learn versus someone going, I know it, even if they know the player's handbook front and back, chances are any table is going to have some house rules. So you can't just assume things. So both new and old players, make sure the table you understand, because also like check in with your table again, because also there are tables that are heavy on roleplay and don't do much combat. That's kind of my campaign. But there's also, I know I have some friends who are like, yeah, I want to play D&D, but where are the fights? So when I'm DMing, sometimes I have to intentionally put a fight where I wouldn't, because some people just want to min max stuff. And also, as a new player, ask questions. And also, this is the time for you to experiment with stuff, like learn the system, but don't just immediately look up best build for XY class race, because you're a new player. I don't necessarily expect you to have the perfect build. And this is the time for you to like, oh, this seems interesting, this seems fun, let me play around with it. And that gives you the time to be like, oh, I'm new, I'm just gonna play with it and see if it feels right to me, versus, well, I'm playing a min max build, but I don't know if I'm having fun with it, because I'm just thinking this is how it's supposed to be played versus this is how I want to play.
Very much ties into the keep it simple if you're new. Because if you have simple mechanics you're engaging with, like for example, just play straight fighter. But I'm of the opinion, personally, that every person should at least play a champion fighter once in their life. They should play a wizard of some school, generally evocation if you don't want to blow up your party members, at least once in your life.
Yeah.
Play a paladin once in your life. Play a warlock once in your life. Full, from 1 to 20 or 1 to whatever max your DM generally falls to. Some DMs only go up to 12. Some DMs only go up to 10. Some only go up to 8 or even stay at 5. It varies. So again, know your expectations, right? Know what you're getting yourself into. Keep it simple. And as you gain understanding of these various classes and what they can bring to the table, putting together those ideas and concepts of more grandiose or complex characters becomes a lot more obtainable because you understand how you can emulate these effects based off of just SRD mechanics. It makes it very, very easy to engage with more complicated things like homebrew once you get more experience.
Yeah.
As
I
for your
don't
I
know if
wouldn't
feelings,
say
there's,
so.
oh,
I would say, oh, sorry, kind of answering Mizo's question. Would playing a variant of my VTuber OC be risky? I would say it very much depends on how familiar you are with your DM,
yeah.
the kind of campaign in question the DM is planning to run, and the party, I guess, composition, because you can't really tell what the dynamic's going to be until you're actually playing together at the table. But like kind of what everybody's bringing to the table helps better give an understanding of what you can expect going in. I'd say if you trust your DM, which you should, in my opinion, you shouldn't be at a table where you don't trust your DM. You shouldn't play D&D if you can't trust your DM. Because that's like a
Mhm.
fundamental
Toxic relationship.
requirement.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh,
to be able to trust your DM is a fundamental requirement. So if you can't trust your
yep.
DM, you shouldn't be at that table. Just leave the table. It's much better to play no D&D than to play bad D&D. That's another
Yes.
piece of key advice. No
Yeah.
D&D is better than bad D&D.
Yeah, don't ruin the thought of D&D in general just because of one bad table.
It can poison your entire experience and perception about the game if you kind of let it. So,
Yeah.
It's just like being in a relationship.
yeah,
If you get into a bad relationship
Yeah.
with a D&D group, man, that shit can fuck you up, man.
yeah,
If you
absolutely.
let it, it's kind of like with relationships. You know, you date a fucking toxic person. That doesn't mean that your whole love life is fucked up unless you let it be fucked up. You know.
And
Exactly.
kind of going
There's a
off of
lot of
that
analogs
too.
like that with D&D.
Yeah, kind of going off of that
Go
too.
ahead, Star.
Like,
Yeah.
you can have a fantastic DM, but if you do not get along with that DM or something is off, no matter how good of a DM they are, you
Yeah.
can leave the table with a bad
Yes.
experience because
Yes.
I've had that before. I have been that before because even with like Domain 1, I had a very new play, like this was his first campaign. I didn't know it was his first campaign, and I turned him off from playing D&D because he wasn't expecting
Damn.
that kind of campaign. Even with all the warnings and stuff that I gave at the beginning,
You
he wasn't expecting
yeah.
that kind of campaign, and because of how that campaign unfolded, it turned him off from D&D because it just wasn't the story that fit well with how he wanted to play.
Yeah.
Expectations and vibes.
Yep.
Yes.
Before I
Yes.
forget
Yes.
it, Miso, I'm sure you trust Star since you specified that's for Domain 2. The thing I will hesitate is because of the content in that campaign. Um, Another thing to keep in mind is if you have a version of your VTuber in there, that can make it better for you because you're more tied to that character. But the inverse is also
Absolutely.
possibly true because
Yeah.
if something goes bad and you start hearing people say, Mizo, why'd you fuck up on that? And you know it's your
It
character,
feels.
but you're hearing your
Yeah.
name. That's a thing to keep in mind.
And
So
Perfect example is Gandiva and I. We play characters in the campaign as well, and it has been a few instances where people were like, Silas Quint, bad. If you're not okay with hearing that type of stuff, even if it's just like for storytelling and the like, I would avoid that. It can be demoralizing
it,
if
it
you're
weighs on you
sensitive to
at a
that
certain
stuff.
time.
Yes,
mhm.
it can. It can. Um, I've been doing this song and dance for a long time, so for me, it wasn't really a big deal. Silas Quint has kind of been a interesting point of contention for the campaign for a lot of
Quite a few
time.
arcs.
Yeah, yeah. Either he's getting his shit pushed in, or he's pushing people's shit in, and it varies, you know. And
Yeah.
it's a roller coaster. You gotta be willing to ride that roller coaster, the highs and the lows, if that's a commitment you're willing to make. To
Yeah.
Meowcenary's point, yeah, no, that's it. That's a bit of what we're talking about with expectations and vibes. They're arguing semantics, rules, rather than really engaging with the content in front of them. You know what I mean? And that, you know, everybody can play D&D. Not everybody should play D&D. And certain people should not play D&D together.
Yeah.
Separately, they're absolutely fine, but it's like
Something
oil and water. something changes fundamentally. D&D has this really funny way of bringing out more subtle facets of a person's personality. Maybe it's a part of playing this character who's kind of a vicarious adjacent to yourself, or a idealized version of yourself. But there are interesting facets you'll notice, and sometimes they don't mesh well. That's okay. People are different. They're varied. So don't
Yeah.
let one bad experience spoil it for you. I've had players who I absolutely loved, but they were terrible at the table. I've had terrible players who I absolutely adore. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we had the experience of like, your best friend that you fucking
Yes.
graduated high school with,
Yeah.
like bestie forever type shit. And then we played D&D with him and saw a side of that person that we were like, where did that come from? What the
Yes.
fuck?
And mind you, I knew this person for well over a decade. A decade. We went through high school together. We grew up, became men together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, this dude was pretty much like one of my best friends, and it brought a horrible side of himself out that I didn't even know this guy had in him. Right? So again, it expectations and vibes. If the vibes aren't good, step away. No D&D is better than bad D&D. You're never in a bad position. It's never wrong to step away from a table that just does not gel. And that's okay. That's absolutely okay. You'll generally have a more horrid experience if you commit to those situations than you would if you just walk away.
Oh,
Yeah, and I really hope that what we're talking about doesn't scare you away from it, the idea of D&D, because like it's awesome. Just treat it like, like a parallel to a relationship. Like you're gonna discuss your boundaries with the person first and like feel each other out
Mm-hmm.
and like go on a couple dates. You know?
Oh,
Stop. Session
It's the
zero though is a thing. Session zeros exist for a reason. It is a
the
litmus
first date.
test for the party to get to know one another above table, to understand what they're bringing to the table, and to set expectations for the campaign going forward.
oh, another thing before I forget. Along with this, don't be afraid to ask questions. Also, just a general express how you're feeling in a certain way. Uh, because I'm gonna say, as DMs, we're in our heads. So if
oh
you're
my
saying,
god.
"Oh, I'm having a good time," that's good for us to know, especially for a new player. And also, the inverse is like, "Hey, I'm unsure about this," or like, "Hey, I have worries about like how this is going right now." That's also something we want to know. We just want feedback, honestly. Sometimes it's just like,
Yeah,
I don't know.
feedback is what we use to help kind of test the waters, adjust course, and to create the most optimal experience everybody can enjoy. DM's job isn't to be adversarial, it's collaborative.
Yeah.
We're to provide challenges and goals for you to overcome and work towards, not to fight against you. You know what I mean? Our job isn't to bully or torture you, though sometimes that is a part of the experience. Yeah,
Yay!
it can
I'm
be a little
so
fun.
happy playing Lance.
Character development.
It's to help all together as a group create this narrative, this story that we're all participating in, you
Yep.
know?
That's
And
actually matter. Yeah, I'd be go.
just like circling back to Mizo, because you are my player and because I know your connection to Mizo the character, there is a reason why I told you not to play your VTuber in domain, because I did give the warning to everyone. Expect your character to die. There is a lot of pitfalls, a lot of traps, and a lot of areas where if you do not come up with a solid plan and you do not work together as a team, you will have a TPK. That is fundamentally baked into Domain of the Nameless God. It is
Oh,
meant to
uh,
push you.
Honestly, That's honestly, that's just how D&D should be in general. Like, no one person is ever going to just carry the party. Sorry to
Mhm.
disappoint you. If you have aspirations for that, you're not going to be that guy or
Yeah,
gal or
you
whatever
can't have
between.
a party of main characters.
Yep.
It does not work. Again, collaborative. Yes, you'll get your spotlight moment, and sometimes you may get more, sometimes you may get less. But understand that you are one of an entire group. So keep that in mind. Work together, knowing your party members, knowing what they bring to the table, and and from a role play standpoint, kind of getting to know them personally. You know what I mean? The best moments usually take place with party members just getting to know one another and riffing, just shooting the shit. It's so organic. It's like getting to know a person in real life. You know what I mean? Bring that to D&D, you'll find it returns dividends.
Oh, another thing is, uh, I think this is important, especially for anything where the subject matter can be very intense. Be invested at the table,
Ooh,
but leave it at the table when it's done. Don't
yes.
Mhm.
carry it with you, because that is a lot of like intense feelings that shouldn't be distributed is not the right word, but it shouldn't be directed
Projected.
at projected at the wrong people just because something was heated as in character.
Yeah, don't take it
Absolutely.
personally. Unless they make it personal, then punch them in the face. No, I don't know. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah, don't punch the person, because that's probably punching your monitor.
But yeah, communication's a really big one. Kind of going back to what we were talking about earlier is understanding the tone that you're getting yourself into. Some are lighthearted, Lord of the Rings esque, like frolicking through the Shire adventures. You won't really have any like deeper, darker elements you have to concern yourself about. And then there's Convergence, where you're literally being put to the fucking grinder and melted down through the crucible to be reforged into the apex weapon of the forest of creation. It's not a pleasant experience. You see a lot
Hey,
of horrible things.
I'm just glad that everyone works together, and I definitely don't get all the blame.
Yeah, isn't it great leading and not getting all the blame and having everybody contribute their fair
Yeah,
share
I'm glad we're
so
all
that
team players.
nobody regrets where we all end up down the
Oh,
line.
I love when everyone is talking and engaging with the session. I love that so much.
What, you mean you don't
Everybody
lo
just engages all the time.
you
Uh,
don't love when the DM is just talking to the DM because it's two NPCs talking at the same time?
My that is hilarious. That is
Oh,
actually genuinely hilarious.
I
When the
it's
DM,
funny
you
when
make
it's
the
not
DM
me.
have to role play with
look,
himself.
look, look.
Uh,
That's fucking funny.
but
Never
some,
in my life do I feel more schizophrenic than having to rapidly swap between voices to voice like three separate NPCs in an exchange that the party is just watching mouth agape. I'm like, you guys can say something,
okay,
anything at all.
well, look, I do my part.
Please.
I even literally go, okay, this is what Lance is doing, just so I know the rest of the setting right now. What is everyone else doing?
Imagine you do the recap, and then after the recap, you ask that age-old question. So, party, what are you doing? Silence for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Well,
Uh,
if you don't know what you're doing, the world just keeps turning, at least in the Thunder Kingdom. So
hey, hey, don't worry. Star's been giving me ideas for 9 to 5.
On accident.
I love trauma.
Look,
Uh.
let's just say one of Star's descriptions made me think, well, I could do the plot of Men in Black 1. That would work for me.
Bro?
Do you remember that one?
Yeah, I used
Because
to watch it like
I'm
obsessively
gonna
as a
tell you,
child.
yeah, facts. I'm about to tell you
yeah.
right now, motherfucker, if you bring some giant roach walking around in elf skin
Hey,
asking me for fucking sugar.
do you want to know what
I'ma
Star
find you.
described Kyle as?
That thing is horrifying. Bro, I have nightmares. That thing lives rent free in my head. That guy from Men in Black 1. Sugar.
Do you have any sugar?
Look, we're not far off when Kyle pushed his tongue back into his mouth.
Brother had to pull his face to readjust it. Oh, Lord have mercy.
Again,
You know, that's
now that
exactly what I was thinking when you did that shit. I was like, this is just fucking MLB1.
Star literally said Kyle is a literal roach, and I went, I have an idea.
You cannot
No.
disagree
No.
with that description.
No.
How many
No.
times has he come back? We can't kill him.
Bro, I swear to God, I'm gonna beat his ass like a New York mugging. I'm gonna fight him like a New York roach if he pulls up. I swear to God.
Yeah, and then
We just need another
Have you seen the
Nat
size of
20.
those things?
Saw one of the motherfuckers riding the 4 train one time.
Well, too bad we.
I
Yeah,
was
well,
just
don't worry.
posted up in the seat.
Luckily, Kyle's gone, so we're fine.
I don't believe you
Liar.
when you say that stuff.
Are you gaslighting us?
You saw the video of Rocco showing he was melting, disintegrating. So
Could have been AI generated. Who knows?
Yeah.
Yeah, arcane intelligence created.
See, all I know is some motherfucker scooped that motherfucker up in a jar and put him in like a mecha creep suit where he's still hiding in the bushes watching us like that one gif.
I think I might be picking up Star's life now. That what I just did.
It do
No,
be happening.
I've been picking up on your laugh. I've noticed that.
You will begin to assimilate.
We hang out enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that clearly answered Mizo's question at the end.
I did have, that was actually one of the questions that I had written down, but it was for the DM side. More specifically worded as, what is something that you would have wanted to know when you started playing D&D / when you started DMing?
Oh boy, that's
a loaded question.
Yeah, I bet, yeah.
a little bit.
I figured it'd be at least a decent one.
It's a really good one. That's a really good one, honestly.
Actually, I have mine. I mean, I kind of knew this even beforehand because I watched other people playing D&D and like media stuff. As the DM, be willing to let the story go where it may. Don't try and have this like this is how the story has to go.
The outline of my session.
Yeah. Do not, because if you hyper obsess over this is how the story goes, guess what? Your players will then decide, what if we keep going back to the Whamlord, even though you've mentioned these goddamn libraries for like 5 sessions? It's been longer than that. No, but just as a DM, be willing to also be willing to improvise and then get your players to lock in. Like, don't let, just because they're not doing anything doesn't mean you can't start doing something to like get like
just
set
start
a fire
rolling
on their
dice.
ass.
Just start rolling dice for no fucking reason and don't say anything.
Who would do that?
Why would you do that? Why would you?
Yeah,
Why would you?
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Also, I'll tell you, if you're playing in person, it's one thing to roll a d20 behind a screen. It's more when you just start rolling more dice and then they go, why are you rolling that many?
You stick your hand in the bag of dice and just roll it on the fucking table while they're like bantering or whatever, and do it more than once, and then they'll slowly start getting quiet and being like, "Why is he rolling dice?"
Now the trick is what you do is you roll a number of miscellaneous dice, right? You make a face. You then take a couple of d20s. You roll those. You make a concerned face. You then roll a number of d8s or d6s. You frown even deeper. That's how you get the party to pay attention. every single. It works like clockwork. It works like clockwork in person. I swear.
I mean,
Like, I
another
don't even have to say anything. They'll be like in the middle of like a tangent amidst each other, completely losing the plot or losing track of what's going on, and I just start doing that, and it works every time. Plot twist. Now, actual things happen when that does.
Yeah.
Which I guess would bring me to the thing I wish I knew. Be willing to throw the playbook out the window. Be
Yeah.
willing to just let whatever happen happen. It's kind of like Alistair said. Less so in relation to plot and more so in relation to mechanics, in my
Mhm.
opinion. Rigidity is your biggest weakness as a DM. An unwillingness to be creative, which is like literally your job, right? And improvise, being able to come up with realistic conclusions or logical conclusions in the moment that are completely off the course from whatever you may have had planned. 9 times out of 10, if you go in with a plan, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Like Alistair said, that plan's going out the window. You might as well just throw it. Like, as soon as you draw up that plan, you finish that last period, just throw the whole thing in the bin. Because I promise you, the second you go to implement it, it's going completely sideways.
Hey, Silas, can we put Piety into the Liberator? How much do you
Uh,
want? 10?
I
Oh,
totally didn't plan for you guys to formally engage with aerial combat using your spelljammer. Nah. Bro was like, no, we're just you seen Star Wars, right? You seen Star Wars? You seen that shit, right? Oh, okay. Guys, all right, how much you putting in? 10 pi? Okay, cool. So you want to pretty much do an reality warping blessing on your fucking spelljammer. Okay, cool.
this was before the PDF and realized seeing it. Oh, this is reality warping. It's like, okay. Oh, I put that much in this Evening Star because I was really wanting to make sure we kept it safe. Oh, bet. Okay.
And the thing is, like, I would tell them all the time, like 1 to 3 generally will be more than enough to do whatever you're trying to do. Guys heard that and they were like, all right, bet. Then we're going to take that dial and we're going to see if we can break it after it goes to 10.
You okay? I feel like when we had demons coming through portals for Evening Star, I think mine was understandable, like him going, I don't want this, like
That
the
was
fear.
not, I mean, that makes sense for a lot of different reasons,
Yeah.
which I'm not at liberty to share.
Yeah, that made sense. I will say,
But
okay,
yeah,
maybe spending the amount for the radius that Evening Star covers for the for a single jammer was a bit much. I will admit. I was probably thinking like 5. I'm not gonna lie, but then everyone else like, yeah, 10, yeah, 10. I was like, okay, then. I will also say the amount, the fact that Furniture was just like, what do you mean I made demigods? I was like, my guy, what did you think you did when you
y'all
made
all
the hammers?
contributed 1 piety and brought back an entire city from the dead. Okay. All right. Yeah, I spent
Okay,
one each.
when we brought Menzo, that was us. We didn't have piety formally in the sense that this was
Exactly. But like, for all intents and purposes, that was one apiece from
you,
all of you.
you should have
Right.
told
So
us
I'm
that.
like,
You should have told us that
well,
because I didn't know how much we were
I
taking
kind of
from.
implied it. I kind of implied it.
Okay,
Like,
but
if you notice, like how piety, I describe piety being utilized now, it was the same exact thing.
all I'm gonna say is you've seen the party be stupid with numbers.
Yeah, I wouldn't say stupid. I say they let certain things go over their head. I think
Yeah,
they'll that's another thing. As a DM, you'll notice parties will hyperfixate on things
yeah.
sometimes. Yeah, they'll just like for especially if they have ADHD, they will hyperfixate on certain things.
So your party's gonna have
Um,
it.
so yeah,
Look,
the unexpected.
these just a bunch of I don't know how you pronounce it. AUDHD people like hanging out
ADHD.
together.
Yeah.
ADHD. There we go.
Yep,
That's
yep.
just the whole table. It doesn't matter what table you're at. It's always going to be that. It's just the different flavors.
Yep. Yep. Different flavors, different gradients.
Oh, before I forget, uh, building off what your party is going to do, and they'll just hyperfixate or break things. This is what you should know as a player. Don't overthink things. Just trust your instinct like 99% of the time. The 1%, yeah, you probably did something stupid, but also yeah, I'm going to tell you as a DM, most of the time we're making puzzles for a first grader.
Yeah, literally. We don't try to make it overly complicated because then you'll end up being stuck there for like multiple sessions. Nobody wants to do that to
We
you.
don't want that.
We don't want that.
If we feel the silence when people don't know how to roleplay, we're going to feel the silence as everyone goes, I don't know what to do. And that the thing is also, if you're going to make it a complex puzzle, make sure you have things that are very obvious clues so they could discuss it.
Yes.
And then you could hear out loud what they're thinking and direct them. Because if you just give them a blank slate, guess what? They are a blank slate too, and start staring at each other, begging, "Hey, leader, can you start giving us answers?" And I'm like, I'm
hit
busy.
You with the Gen Z stare.
I mean, yes.
They'll hit you with the Gen Z stare, bro.
God damn it. Like, look, I'm not trying to, like, this wasn't going to be about me venting, but then it became it, so fucking here we are.
That's part of what this is for.
Just say stuff out loud. Say stuff out loud so the DM knows if you're getting hot or cold. Because at a certain point, the DM will just make an NPC appear out of thin air and start helping you if needed.
Kind of.
Like another thing that I think is commonly underutilized, use your skill checks. If you don't know what to do, ask, can I roll perception to see if there anything notable that stand out? Can I roll investigation to further understand how this thing works? Can I roll insight to intuit what may be the next step? These are key elements. History, so that I can recall information I may, as a player, have forgotten.
Yes.
You know what I mean? These are tools you can use at all times.
Building off that, yes, skill checks are your friend, because also, just because we know you're playing a character that isn't you most of the time, but being VTubers is a little weirder. Most of the time you're playing someone who's going to probably have different skills than you'd have IRL. Making those skill checks can make us flavor it in a way to explain it for your play. Like, you as a player, let's face it, sometimes you're playing a character with intelligence that is far exceeding yours. And you're like, I'm a dummy. I don't know what to do. Do the skill checks so then I can say, you know, intuit this because you're such a good detective, kind of a thing. And I can flavor it and make it still you are succeeding at figuring this out
because of your intellect.
Yes.
Even if you as a player don't have the same kind of matching intellect, that we as the DM can help translate that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there are a few instances where I've had players who are like, I play a smart character, but I myself don't feel very intelligent, right? Well, you'd be surprised more often than not that people tend to be a lot smarter than they think they are. And to that end, don't be your own inhibitor.
Yeah, don't do the self-fulfilling prophecy of like, I'm too dumb to figure it out, therefore I won't try.
Bingo. 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 Bingo.
Kind of piggybacking off of the like skills and like traps and stuff. Please, for the love of God, don't overthink some things. Some things are just flavor. Some things are just details. Please don't stare at an elk that was just meant to offset you for 2 hours trying to figure out if there's like some big thing going on with it. Sometimes it's just a thing. Sometimes it's just flavor, set dressing.
Please don't hyperfixate on the floating magical ruins in the initial chamber where you're asked only a question. Please don't. They don't do anything.
They're just pretty.
Please.
Okay,
they're just pretty. Yes.
Okay, you understand that why Lance was good. I don't know what about everyone else.
Now, I say this, but in the case of that, yes, there is some subtle meaning to those ruins that you saw. But it's not like they were going to trigger in that room. You know
Yeah,
what I
well, it was
mean?
more of me trying to figure out like this is the building blocks for the rest of the trials, not necessarily this is the trial itself, because that's how I would have read it.
No,
And then
you're kind of on you're close on the mark with that. That's why I
yeah,
was like, I didn't like, you know what I mean, kind of try to push you guys away from that
yeah,
conclusion because you're kind of close.
yeah.
Those ruins do bear significance as to the challenges you will face in
Uh,
the
I
temple.
I will say I think also the bit of the confusion was we didn't have a layout of the room, so everyone thought these runes were different
Yeah, that's
locations.
why. Yeah, that's why I made it a
Yeah,
point to do the little
I
improvised
think yeah.
map room
After you
layout.
drew it, it helped a bit, but I also okay. This is going to be a venting thing, and you can understand this. Is also yeah, as a player, don't overthink things. Also, just do stuff, please. I beg of you.
Yeah, don't be afraid to
Uh,
just do stuff.
don't be afraid to do stuff. And there was something else I was gonna say. I can't remember it off the top of my head anymore. But it's like this is okay. This is me speaking as as my. I'm not gonna speak for everyone else, but as a DM, it's like I will finagle things if you just try. As long as you're like around the
Yeah,
ballpark, I'll be like, okay, close enough. Fuck it, let's go.
kind of
But if you don't
playing
do
off of that
anything, I
earlier
can't
comment.
give you anything.
Yeah, yeah, you know, kind of playing off that earlier comment about being willing to just do things, right? Yeah, sometimes there'll be consequences. That's why you practice mindfulness, you know,
Yeah.
like causal effect, you know. If I jump down these stairs and fail my acrobatics check, I will fall down the stairs and hurt myself. Reasonable conclusion, right? So, when you do it to save time and the check fails, you're not surprised, right? Or if it succeeds, there you go. You know what you're getting yourself into.
Do things and
Don't
understand the
pick up the
stakes.
random item that you don't have any idea what it does. And know that it's radiating an ominous aura of magic. Don't do that. Don't do
I'm
that.
thinking of a specific one, but it's not related to me. It's what Stars told me.
Oh, are you talking about what
Honestly,
ended up
that happens
happening
all the
in
time,
mine?
bro. I mean, come on with the crown, the yellow crown, the crown of the yellow
Yeah.
king, the
And then the
fucking
mask.
the one ring, the
Yeah.
mask, the sword. Do I like the list goes on? The number
Yeah,
of
I don't
times
remember
people
which
have just
sword you're
picked up
talking
I
about. It feels like I do realize how
Strahd
little that
sword,
narrows it down.
Strahd
Oh.
sword. When Tranquil took Strahd sword.
Yeah, well, look. um, that- also, like, realize what part you play in the group. It's another thing. It's like I know what I have to do because it's like I can't look. Sometimes you have this is another thing for you. Uh, you're not going to know your character until you play your character for a bit. You could have these
Absolutely.
idealizations. I did have of Lance. Threw that out like session 2 or 3. What? He's a compulsive liar? What? He's in this fucked up world? Never mind then.
What? I
He's
just wanted to be
traveling with
little, little.
Chiquita Pagliacci and God, names blanking on me.
Oh,
Caiaphas.
Caiaphas?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh man, I loved Caiaphas. He was such a riot.
Oh my god. But yes, understand ideally if you can compliment the party. That's all I'll say. And also um don't be so hyper fixated that your character's like, my character will only do this. It's like, okay, well, what if they're in this situation? Like, actually
Yeah,
feel out. And like, sometimes you may not know what they would do. You just have to trust yourself of like, well, this is how I feel in the moment. Therefore, I'm going to take these actions. Don't feel like it's necessarily the wrong action. Just know that that's the action you would take.
exactly. In D&D, there are really only a handful of quote wrong actions. Usually, those that you know will lead to like horrible consequence, obviously, and usually for you. You know what I mean? Type stuff. But
Yeah.
like honestly, again, explore the world. That's what the world's there for. Explore it. Engage
Just
with it. Do so mindfully though,
uh, yeah, know the
because
setting
if
you're
your
in,
DM,
and
yeah, because if your DM is about what they're about, you'll have agency. Agency comes with consequences, good or bad. Agency comes with consequences. You make a decision, it has rippling effects, good or bad. That's kind of what you want as a player. And as a DM, that's kind of what you want to provide, which is kind of why I say being willing to throw the rule book out every so often when appropriate to improvise and create an idealized setting or scene for the players or whatever situation you're trying to provide for them is key. Very, very important.
I don't know, but everyone else. But I feel like that's a pretty extensive for a first time things you wish you knew.
Yeah, we kind of. I mean, it is like a broad question,
Yeah,
and for all it's worth, we did kind of bring it back to some major points, a handful of major points. We piggybacked off of those to expand
yeah.
on, but yeah, expectations, vibes, boundaries. You know,
Um,
understanding that it's a collaborative experience and a cooperative one meant on both the player and the DM side.
yeah. The simple way I'll put some of these things is D&D's open ended. Keep your willingness and thoughts be open ended and not railroad in both
Yeah,
DM or player side.
it's open ended. Keep those ends open.
Yeah.
Kind of.
I mean, what?
Oh my god.
Gotta stretch the pussy, you know?
Oh my god.
Excuse me, it's the Dussy.
But does he?
God damn it. Kind of going off of some of what we were talking about before, I did have another question along those lines. What do you guys look at when you are setting up challenges for your players? Whether for the players themselves or like whatever situation you're having as a group? Do you do it off of like the character
Ooh,
sheet or
that's a
the
good one.
abilities? Do you do it off the player's capabilities? Do you do it just purely off of plot?
I'd say a little bit of all of it. Um, Jeez, where would I start? Originally, I would just structure challenges more so off of character sheets. Back when I was like really new to DMing, unlikely few seven saviors new. Um, but as I've gotten more experience, I find that not just the numbers, but the narrative and the characters themselves very much play a major role in those challenges. One character in your party has a phobia of fire. They're up against a dragon. You can see how just that little detail in and of itself can vastly change how that challenge is engaged with as a party, especially if it's a party that's knit, tightly knit. So you'll find that understanding the characters' personalities just as much as their, you know, numerical values is a key to really setting up challenges that can be difficult to overcome. That said, I generally design all of my challenges to have at least three solutions, three key solutions that can be applied to overcome it. One's usually direct, one's usually violent, and one's usually hidden. So, um, creating elements that challenge the players to suss out those clues using the various talents that their party may have or bring to the table is a key that I find I lean on a lot. Because I mean, you could just throw numbers at them, sure, right? Like, you know that none of them can roll over a 40. You make the save 40. You know what I mean? But is that really a challenge? On its face, yeah, sure. But at its core, no. They won't feel any gratification out of just beating numbers. Creating challenges that reach them just as much mechanically as they do narratively really changes the game. Finding ways to play off of interpersonal connections, personal goals and ambitions, fears and anxieties really, really set the tone for the challenges. For example, the Breakers of Chains. Faced with the initial challenges of the Temple of the World Shaper, most of those challenges didn't require physical strength, power, it required vulnerability. And as a party of gods, being willing to make yourself vulnerable, that's hard, you know? That's difficult.
Sorry, I think it's funny because I know that's true for everyone else.
Yeah, it absolutely is. It
Uh,
absolutely is. And honestly, that's just people in general.
yeah.
You know, it's only amplified such as with gods, you know, because they're so much more powerful, capable, have so many more things at their disposal. But everybody knows what that feels like. You know what I mean? That anxiety of making yourself vulnerable when you know there's danger or risk associated with it. And that works as a challenge in D&D just as much as hitting somebody with a metric fuck ton of numbers. You know what I mean? I mean, literally, members of the Breakers were weeping in the room of the Red Dragon because they were so afraid of letting go of some things, you know? And they didn't even actually have to let it go. Just the idea of it terrified them. You see that? That's a challenge. You can get in their heads just as much as you can get in their sheets.
Yo.
Wait.
Oh yeah.
Hey everybody. Someone say something about sheets.
Oh dear God.
Yeah.
No, get out of here, Kyle.
I mean, look, if you want, that was a transition for my how to get challenges. I approach things much differently, and I think everyone knows that who's here. Yeah, I will think about your characters and your sheets, but I think for me, challenges are most important in. Okay, it doesn't matter the numbers. I will figure that out after. What I need to know is your character and your play. The more, admittedly, because some people can't, it's harder for them to get into player or the character mindset. Is the players and what is their mindsets? And I approach the challenge of how could I get into your head psychologically, because that's how it's going to become memorable.
I mean, we're
I do
still
the
talking
same
about
thing.
Kyle and he hasn't popped up in like how many sessions?
God,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that
That's a
shit got me
memorable
fucked up.
experience.
I'm always thinking about, wow, when the fuck is the next time he's gonna whip out Kyle? I don't even know. I'm scared all the
Yeah.
time. I'm
He
scared.
died. He died. You
Okay,
saw
buddy.
it.
I don't feel safe.
I literally have it in my head that every time I think of him, I just see that GIF play of the guy peeking out from the bush.
Yeah.
It's
I
just
know his
there,
name now
rent
because I
free.
have to know his name to look it up. It's Spaghetti.
Oh, it's Spaghetti. Oh,
Yeah.
that's Spaghetti. I've never actually seen a picture of
I
Spaghetti.
watched the YouTube short of it. It's Spaghetti. Yeah. And there's just like video of him like with tomato sauce all over his face. It's unnerving. But yeah, and Yandy was saying she does similar. Is like it doesn't matter the because at the end of the day, unless it's like involving like rolling stupid high to like pass something, you're not going to necessarily remember the numbers. You'll remember the fear. You'll remember like I was at the verge of death, or like if I didn't pass this, I would
Yep.
fail. unless sometimes there's like the god not nat 20, then you lean into it. So that's the other thing is you got to learn how to play the stakes right and lean into it, because even if you're in your mind you're like they aren't in danger, or at least you weren't supposed to put them in danger, but if you describe it in the right way, the stakes feel real to them. So get good at describing things is my best way of putting it.
No, yeah, that's a great one. That's a great one. That's a big way of how like meta gets you. You know what I mean? Like, sure, the numbers against some of the foes you'll face are daunting. It's not so much the numbers that concern you; it's the
Yeah.
character themselves. It's the experience you have when you engage with that character. See Downfall. See Vincent.
Ugh.
See Klaus Kane. See Faust. Do I need to continue?
I like shock and awe, psychological horror, and making my players feel like they took lots of drugs. So like
Lovecraftian.
Lovecraftian, yeah, I guess you could call it that. Like with the cute octopus that is made of the souls of children, and they are calling out for help. But they're also really cute.
And they're smashing their way towards the shoreline in the form of a giant octopus kaiju.
Mm.
But it's really cute. It has a three face. It has like little beady black eyeballs, and it's pink.
And the poor people living in the slums on the shoreline are looking on and seeing that and feeling abject terror, even if it's so cute.
Then it gets to the shore and it picks up the people and starts playing with them like they're toys.
Oh,
You can imagine how that ended for them.
uh, let me know when you're done because I'm gonna say something. Don't want to derail it.
No, that was about it in a nutshell.
Okay.
Lila was fucked up, man. Lila was fucked up.
Uh, you want to know another thing? This is both related to this and previous stuff. For challenges also, pick up a catchphrase. Do a thing that you set up where they create a Pavlovian response, like how
Oh, yeah.
yeah,
Or even
when
a song. Picking a
hey
song that you play every time you're about to do something fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
hey Gandhi, guess what? Your description of the octopus, I got an idea.
Oh,
Yeah, don't worry about it though. You'll
oh,
find out.
all
But
right.
something so cute but terrifying. Oh, okay, I got some ideas.
But no, that's a really good point though to make catchphrases.
Change the
They
subject.
very much make or break how memorable a character can be. Like for example, there's a character, an antagonist that we have in Convergence named Vincent. He has a catchphrase that when he says this, it usually implies he's going to kill you the next time he sees you.
It's called "I like to get pegged" by my 10-foot girlfriend.
Your hospitality is boundless, and I look forward to paying it back tenfold. That was the thing. He used to say it all the time, and every time he said it, the party would get quiet because the party knew what that meant the next time that they would go back to that place or meet with that person. And it was a promise he always kept. See, that's what I mean. Or like how certain songs, like Andiva mentioned, play and it sets in this Pavlovian response in the party. Mr. Bowen starts playing, everybody starts shitting themselves because Sanguinius is about to show up. Ain't no devil start playing, people know the Scarlet King's about to make an appearance, and when he does, it's gonna be nasty. Because every time that song plays, a lot of people die.
Oh, this is
Or
also
Grant
related.
Dunshield's song.
Oh,
Yeah. No, yeah. That's
okay.
just a mention.
Okay, yeah. The related to that also is it's not always going to work out, but if you know this is going to be a memorable character / challenge, change your voice, add an accent, do something with it. Because
Yeah.
as soon as they hear me go, "Oh, hey guys, you talking about me?" And
Pavlovian response.
yeah, or like,
We start looking for the
"Mm,
bushes in the
yeah."
corner. Oh
God
no!
damn it.
Mm.
Not the paycock.
The what did you call them? The pea cookies earlier?
Pea cookies.
Bruh?
The pea cookies.
That's their last name.
Oh,
Because of
the
the
paycock pea cookies.
because Star showed me the cookies ice cream.
Yeah, because that was an ice cream. That was an
cream.
ice cream truck that was near me. So I showed him both. Hey, look, this is funny, and he's like, "Ah, I'm taking an idea from this now."
The pay cocks and the pea cookies. Yes, they're one and the same.
I really wish they weren't, and they
Mm.
weren't.
Oh, you wish they weren't one and the same? So they're rivals. Ooh,
No,
what if
No,
they
no, no,
become
no, 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 no,
rivals?
no. Wait.
You know what? They're a match made in heaven together, because then they could just be sex freaks in the corner by themselves. You know?
I'm sorry, just
Yeah.
because
So
what we were doing beforehand, I just kind of imagine putting them in a wrestling ring and just being like, "Okay, go at it,
Oh
go."
no!
remember,
No!
remind your players to show them the fear of God or the fear of the DM. Remind them it's like, oh, you think this is easy? Just say that, and then they puts them in their place. Oh, oh, you don't like this? Oh, you don't like Kyle? Well, guess what? We have new freaks in this place, and they haven't died yet, so they're around still, and they're actually
Well, they're
actively
useful.
helping you from time to time.
Yeah, they're useful and they don't try to kill us. So you know that's a win.
But then you have to deal with
That's a win.
anything for you.
Please step on me.
Oh, you want me? You want me to pay you to release these films? Yeah, I'll pay you
Oh, you're
200
ignoring
gold.
me. Oh, you don't remember me? You spit in me?
Oh,
Oh my god.
You digging in
You-
me, twin? You
God damn
digging
it.
in? You digging in my twin?
Our tailors are touching. Oh.
Oh no, not the tails touching scene.
Oh yeah, that's another thing. Yeah, your players, you're trying to get to other plot points, and then they decide the peacocks are going to be the whole scene. This is they were not supposed to be there for that long. And then I went, okay, bet, motherfucker, they're important now. You kept making them a focal point.
Look,
Sometimes your players get
It could be
attached to
worse.
PCs for NPCs for
Yeah.
either good or bad reasons. You just roll with it.
Yep, exactly. I was
Just
just about to
dipshit
say, as
reasons.
a DM, be prepared for them to hyperfixate or treat your NPCs like they're goddamn Pokemon.
Little
And be
Bayo!
collecting the motherfuckers.
Oh, who's my starter?
Pagliacci.
Ah, yeah, true. Yeah, there were other choices, but apparently Kaifus will pick the first one. Because you told us there was other options, but it was just like murder Pinocchio. Hell yeah, baby.
Yeah, I mean, he did get the job done. Now he's
love
a full-fledged Lion of Fall-Star.
I
Kicking
love
ass and
character
taking aim.
development.
Yeah, man, it's been crazy. He went from being the little puppet to now like a fucking war machine. It's terrifying. He actually has a agency now. He doesn't just do what he's told. He's even
Would
threatened a
hope
couple
so.
party members a few times for almost creating division. Yeah, full circle. Man's making his own choices.
Let's see if that's 30 seconds have made me question my life choices. Oh, hey, Star, would you want to cross over? domain. Just- oh, wait.
That actually might be really funny.
You see a deer. Oh, wait, it's not a deer. It's a peacock.
I genuinely, if you put the
Where's my
paycocks,
hunting rifle?
if you put the paycocks in domain, I think that's scarier than anything else I could throw at them. And I have a literal god that, if you look at it, could potentially kill you outright. Like,
I mean, if
Yeah,
the
I think that
other
might make the players cry. Actually,
defeat this
Paycocks
challenge.
in convergence when?
when?
oh no, they're gonna be multiversal.
They're the Bahamut too. Peacocks. The constant. They exist in all timelines.
That's the true constant vigilance. It's not Silas like appearing literally anywhere. It's the paycocks.
Paycocks.
I mean, the other option is, sorry, if you don't like, I don't even necessarily have to be there. I could just give you an audio recording of me going. I don't know if you can hear that because I might need to change my
Yeah, we
audio.
can.
Okay, and then you know who it is. You know who it is. He's always there. For you.
Chat, I'm gonna need you to clip that. Clip that, please. Clip that. We're gonna monetize that.
Don't worry, the Patreon is being set up right now.
Yep.
For $5, I'll say it in the Peacock voice. For $10, I'll say it in Kyle's voice. For $20, I'll just use my normal voice, so you don't have to get it from them.
Monetize that shit. The real you quit being a bunny butler, just start doing Patreon. That'll pay the
Only
bills.
buns.
Only buns.
We joke about this, but the amount of down bad people have talked about me, it's like, I could probably make this work.
I mean, yeah, probably.
I could probably make this work. It works hard. for the
2-bit
bunnies.
OnlyFans when?
Yeah. Yeah.
Look, I made. Well, is it OnlyFans or Fansly? I don't know which one's better. Those are the two I know of.
I think Fansly is better.
Okay. Yeah, because I think, yeah, people.
I feel like I've seen more
Okay, we're
YouTubers
focusing
with
on this longer
Fansly.
than I thought we would do for a bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess OnlyFans applies more for flesh.
Yeah. Getting a little bit back on track.
What?
Little bit back
Yeah,
to like
let's moving away
before we
from
just
Alistair's Fansly.
Yeah.
You're
To
the
be
one who brought
announced.
it up. Is the thing. Look, and then our first subscriber is just Gandy saying, "Where's the yaoi art with Silas?"
Oh my god.
Is she giving
Yo,
you that
the
look?
number of people, man. The number of people.
Listen, we have a featured clip on your channel of, hey, if I win this case, I'll get yaoi art. And then you won the
clipped and
case.
featured it as my editor.
Hey, I never said I didn't. I just said it is there.
Uh-huh. Weird.
But this is more for like Sundered Kingdoms just because it's convergence. But what sways your choice when you're like picking from NPCs to put into the Sundered Kingdoms? So like you've got Nicodemus, Cloud Strife, Shrek and Donkey, like you have all of these different NPCs from different worlds.
Wait. That's a thing? I can't hear about
Yes.
them.
Cloud Strife is a thing. They met him
No.
on the Mort Star Station before they left for Vigila.
No, the
And
Shrek
he's-
and Donkey one.
Yeah, Cloud Strife is
Shrek and
actually
Donkey hasn't made a formal appearance yet. Hasn't made a formal appearance yet, but he's out there. Yeah, out there.
with
I mean,
a full
I'm not
sheet,
surprised, but still.
and he's a hero.
So, yep, yeah.
Somebody.
They don't stop coming and they don't stop coming and they don't stop coming.
Speaking of wrestling, no. Go ahead.
Let's see. So before convergence, um, I guess I'll start from the very beginning. Uh, I'm really autistic. So I like lore.
Great
I
start.
like lore a lot, right? And well, the Forgotten Realms has 5 editions worth. You know what I mean? So it's a complicated story of how I ended up getting into D&D. But long story short, found out there was an association with the Elder Scrolls, which is another hyperfixation of mine. Started getting into the lore of the Forgotten Realms, got really into it, eventually got the motivation to start DMing, and using that vault of knowledge for like the history that's taken place across the various editions of the game and the lore of this entire thing um, is what really formed the foundation of some of the NPCs that you see. Like Mordenkainen is a thing; he's still out there somewhere. Elminster is a thing somewhere out there. Jarl Axel Bainray is a thing still out there somewhere, etc., etc. Notable people who would have both the reasonable life expectancy to still be around or the power from which to extend their life adequately so, right? Then when I got into convergence with Medi, um, we both already were like really big into pop culture. Like aside from all that other stuff, I'm really into Marvel, right? And we started talking about like how the whole great forest of white trees is to be expressed. And we reasoned, well, if all possibilities are a possibility, then why wouldn't some of these characters be a thing? Believe it or not, even Earth is a part of the Forgotten Realms. Yes, our current modern day Earth is a part of the Forgotten Realms, attached via the great crystal spheres and the phlogiston. But pretty much, me and Medi agreed that we really liked some of these pop culture characters. The most realistic of them would be applicable. And so, using our varying degrees of hyperfixation loreism, we started to kind of divvy out various mediums of media that we're very, 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 very well versed in, right? So, for example, Medi's far more versed in Warhammer 40K. I'm pretty versed, but he's got way more of a grasp. He's read way more of the books comparatively, right? So he handles 40K. Me, I've played just about every Final Fantasy game that's ever existed, save maybe like 5. So I got the Final Fantasy stuff. We both like Fate. We both utilize Fate. We both like Halo. We both utilize Halo. We both utilize a bunch of different things. And we based this off of a logical conclusion, kind of similar to how like the Fermi paradox works, where like of all the varying trees, how many of them would have people of a very specific threshold of strength and or technological advancement that would allow them to survive the intercessions of the Scarlet King. Then from there, we narrowed it down further to who would survive said intercessions, right? And then based off of that and a number of other faculties, we kind of conclude how much of that tree would be preserved, how many of those major characters would be preserved, and the natural progression of how they would end up a part of the grander narrative. Cloud, for example, is vicariously attached to the Red Regicide, functioning as a mercenary. He's not really a direct combatant. He does more groundwork than he does like the big heavy lifting. He's not going out trying to be a hero. Not for like the universe. He's trying to just help regular folks. You know what I mean? Whereas you have someone like Locke, who Silas would have come across, given his experience with skyships. He wants some of the best that he can get to crew his vessel. That's who he picked. And then you have, of course, like Fate, where honestly, 90% of the Fate characters are, by our definitional standard in Convergence, paracausal. Yeah, they're all crazy paracausal, not attached to or bound by fate or destiny in any meaningful way, which makes them perfect elements to introduce in Convergence. Because it all comes down to 4 key elements: magic, eldritch, divine, paracausal. These are the 4 fundamental building stones. And of course, like you won't see someone like Kirito. Yeah, that's a great one. You won't see someone like Kirito. Why? Earth got fucking wrecked. Most of the Earth variants, all the branches, were destroyed. There's like a stump left of that world. So very little made it out from that particular tree. And it's kind of like, as you can tell, mechanically and very lore dependent on who gets put in. Now, Shrek made it in because of Toon Force, not gonna lie. That's big one. Like unironically, Toon Force is extremely powerful. That's how Muppets beat the shit out of Lucifer. That's not a joke. Muppets beat the absolute shit out of Lucifer. They also got Jesus and the Abrahamic God killed. Oops.
I keep forgetting that that happened.
That was a thing. It's everybody forgets it because it was like a fucking fever dream, but it was a thing. It happened.
You
But that means
describing it is a fever dream.
I know.
wait,
I
by that
know.
what? Oh boy, that
Where's the VOD? I gotta get the fucking
We
VOD.
gotta find the fucking VOD. Like 24-hour session. It was a
I'm
literal
DMing him right
24-hour
now.
session.
okay.
God.
So the question slash not
We
joke
had to
joke.
actually do long rests and keep watching. It was crazy.
Because
It's
I feel
funny
like
though.
by the logic of Toon Force stuff, that means that Ollie and Ayu are some of the
Very
stronger of.
powerful. Yeah, they're
Oh
very
God.
powerful. Like it's not a catch-all, but it does put them very high on the tier of our strength marker. It's akin to reality bending, which is
Yeah.
why it's so powerful. And
And
as you know,
yeah.
reality bending can be really broken.
Yeah, well, why do you think I gave him those powers, but the other of the buns have to figure out how to make them work the powers
Yep.
intentionally?
Yep.
Again, if you let me do the thing that I told you about how to make Ollie's powers work with photos, it's busted.
Yeah. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna keep that relatively balanced. Because
Yeah.
I'm definitely down to implement it. It'd just be fucking cool to have,
Yeah, it would be cool, but I feel like they're more of a force than me playing them.
Yeah,
Aside from
I would probably treat them more like an ability than I
yeah,
would a character sheet. You know what
yeah,
I mean?
I
Where
would. I
they
feel
can be
like
engaged with like a
yeah,
character, obviously, right? But
I would
like,
still roleplay them, but the abilities
yeah,
are like you said, limited
yeah.
use. But
Fun fact: the very
oh,
first outside media character added to our campaign was Nicodemus.
oh my god.
Yes. Now, funny thing about Nicodemus, all right, because you did mention how I came about joining him into the narrative. Honestly, you can thank Pizzoli, the original player of Pizzoli. He initially kind of put me on to the concept of Nicodemus via his depiction in the Dresden Files. And I found the character's descriptions and how he talked about this character completely fascinating, right? It was a very multi layered villain, like a literal multi layered villain. Very interesting. So I was like, okay, tell me more, right? And he went extensively at it, tism tangents.
Well,
And it got me into the Dresden Files formally. Now, I only read up to the 3rd book, so I hadn't really gotten to see how Nicodemus was depicted by the time I had implemented him. Only various descriptions used by other writers or readers of the series, right? And the concept of Denarians felt so interesting to me. Like on its face, how it's described in the Dresden Files seemed very just engaging to me as a writer when I was starting out. So I thought to myself, how can I make these particular concepts a more integrated part of the narrative as a whole, right? Now, I had started DMing with Curse of Strahd, right? And given the amount of knowledge and lore that I had about Curse of Strahd, about D&D in general, there were a lot of keynotes of lore that I was privy to that didn't really have answers. Most specifically, where does Strahd get the dark powers from? How did he do to Barovia what he has done? What keeps his vampirism so potent? It's always just hinted at the dark powers found in the Amber Temple. Well, I was like, okay, why don't we try using that as the angle, right? So, what I did was still, I hadn't really formally seen how Nicodemus was depicted. I started laying the groundwork of introducing the dark powers as an allusion to Nicodemus, a primordial being from the dawn of time. Well, what makes him so powerful? How would he be an entity that stood about since the dawn of time? Well, let's make him a Denarian. What makes Denarians so special that they can do this? Hmm. Let's make them antithetical to the gods. There are gods who have been around since the very beginning. And from there, that's how I kind of came together with the narrative of Gibbet, the hanged god, and his antithetical war with Eo and the gods and creation in general. That he was the progenitor of all Denarians. But something so powerful, how do you deal with that? Well, generally in most mediums, when the entity is too powerful to kill, right? And given his particular nature, this was especially so. Why not seal him away? That seems to be the general default. When something is too powerful to destroy, you put it someplace nobody will ever find it. And that's how we came with this kind of mixture of Gnostic, Christian, and lore associated with the Forgotten Realms, integrating to this father son spirit dichotomy with Nicodemus. Nicodemus being one of those three portions of this severed God, too powerful to destroy. It would make sense how he is the source of so much turmoil, so much power, that a person with no real proficiency in the arcane would be able to bind an entire portion of the prime material into a dread plane. That's not something you do easily. Shar does that. The god of darkness does that. Not some schmuck from a back end little kingdom in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, it has some history, but given his fucking dumbass move, they kind of remove themselves from the main plot, if you catch my drift. Point is, using these various facets, I kind of created what was the legend of Nicodemus. Always in the shadows, always in the dark, always pulling strings, never in the limelight, right? But after a while, you can only have a villain like this, an antagonist like this for so long without actually showing them, right? And after a lot of work on the part of the parties, they managed to actually figure out what this guy looks like. Found him, met him in person. It took months IRL for them to actually pull that one off. It was a concerted effort because in the medium, Nicodemus is very, very cunning. He doesn't put himself out. He doesn't make himself vulnerable. And these were just things I had read about this character. I have not still seen how it was depicted. It wasn't until last year did I actually figure out how Nicodemus was depicted in the Dresden Files. And you know what's really fucking crazy? It's a one for one right on the head. Right on the fucking head. I encourage you to look into the Dresden Files. It's book 5 that you'll start to see the Denarians for the first time. Most of them can be read self-contained. You don't have to read the entire series as one cohesive narrative, but doing so does lead to a lot of nice little cameos and callbacks. That said, book 5, book 9, and a lot of the more recent books is where you'll see a lot of Nicodemus and how he's portrayed. And I'm gonna laugh if you ever do read it and you see the parallels. It's uncanny. It's real, and I'm really blown away by that. I was very proud of myself that I was able to just grasp a character from third party sources and not actually getting to read the medium myself until after the fact. But yeah, um, that's kind of what led to what Nicodemus is and how he's what he is and the significance he has in the campaign and why. All of this is stuff that's been revealed in campaign, so it's not like it's spoilers of any sort. But yeah. Yep. Then when it came to the Scarlet King, well, given he's probably unironically the most powerful antagonist in the Forgotten Realms, this is not a joke. If you ever get the opportunity to see his sheet once we've concluded convergence, you'll see what I mean. You'll cry. You'll cry. You'll be like, this is why would you do this to us? Because he wasn't meant to ever be taken on in one shot. You guys will never beat this guy just trying to beat him like through sheer overpowering. You'll never kill him that way. Ever,
Why do you
ever,
think
ever.
I ask you sometimes occasionally like, hey, what if I do this? Because my whole concept was,
I
okay, we
actually
can't.
am slowly filling out that formal plan.
Okay.
Because you did ask your book for the details. So
It's
Yeah.
no secret. Medi has said out loud on various occasions that the Scarlet King fight is going to be like a raid.
yes.
Oh, I mean, I'm not surprised by that. I was just thinking,
Like, you know, like
Same with Nicodemus. He's supposed to be a raid. He's not supposed to be like a general. You roll initiative, fight him, and beat him. You'll never do that with him. He's got like raid mechanics to defeat him. You need specific things to beat him.
what the fuck
Very
he killed
specific
Strahd?
things.
Fucking jackass.
You might not need to, according to First Class last meeting.
Mm.
Strahd's on the chopping block because he's failed to meet expectations. The other barons think him weak. The princes look down upon him because he serves Nicodemus so faithfully. But he doesn't really have a choice in the matter because if he doesn't, Nicodemus just takes his vampirism away.
Yeah, well, that's just
And
when
he's a punk bitch.
we misted him.
He literally has Strahd von Zarovich, the most powerful vampire in the Forgotten Realms, bitched. And he doesn't even have to hit him, doesn't have to do anything to him. He just,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? That's the kind of power that Nicodemus leverages over people. He doesn't make you fight him, he makes you submit to him. Like when I had him pull up on the poor 5001, they were having a little wedding, a party, inter-party wedding. There was 2 members of the party getting
Did you call a red
married.
wedding?
Yes, I did.
Oh my god.
It was yeah, it was Gandiva's idea. She was playing one of the Denarians
I'm not gonna
in
lie,
service
the context.
to
I'm like,
Nicodemus.
what did you think was gonna happen here?
It was Yasmilia. You remember Yasmilia, don't you?
Oh my fucking god.
Mm-hmm. That's when Cam and Yasmilia got married. And they were in their
Why?
little magical mansion. It was a beautiful scene. And then the
Fucking
doors fly open. Where was my invitation? Tosses in the unconscious form of two of their party members, one of which is now lacking an arm because he ripped it off. They were a monk. Welcome to the family. When you've concluded your business here, we've much to do. Come along now. And they gave Cam to him. No fight, no argument. They wanted to, but what would they do? Kelstro literally tried and got his shit pushed in. As a matter of fact, when they came to, he was still getting his shit pushed in. Nicodemus was just punching him while he was pinned to the ground, just over and over and over and over until Kelstro stopped moving.
What? It was just my Halloween one shot. Jeez.
I, I'm gonna say one thing, real quick. Is as much as I know the other party sometimes give shit to the breakers for the quote unquote their decisions, like even when shit goes bad, none of us get rocked that hard. We get out together.
Oh, they're very well aware of their flaws. Let me tell you something. We're very transparent about how we feel.
Yeah, well, just I know they were talking shit about us because Cam said his version of everything. I was like, that's not how that happened. That's not how that happened at all.
It wasn't how that happened, but boy, oh boy, did it make for some beautiful storytelling. Oh
Look.
my god.
All I'm gonna say
The
is
Cam
also
Nemesia betrayal arc went crazy. Crazy.
It's almost like she was part of the Black Hand. Who could have foreseen this? Not
Who could have foreseen?
Not that fucking Cam was fucking right there when we first met the Black Hand.
But she pretty lady.
Pretty lady. If pretty lady, why not friend?
Get off
Pretty
the
lady
keyboard.
friend shaped. Must be friend.
Yeah,
If
great.
not friend, why friend shape?
Fucking send him to a fucking.
Bro, it was painful too because before they got dispatched on this mission, right before they got dispatched on the mission, Silas saw that Yasmilia was just walking amidst them. He's like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
This is one of the Hand of Black. Why do you have the agent of Nicodemus hanging out casually amidst your number? Get the fuck out of my goddamn city.
What? Dad, why don't you approve? I love her. She loves me. My other mustard pissed dad understands.
They got to the fort where the fort that occupied the where the fallen city of Waterdeep was, right? Their mission was to go into the tunnels underneath the city to recover something of importance. So they go down, all the way up northward, and they land at the site, and Yasmilia is waiting for them there. Because you know how capable she is as a spellcaster.
Yeah.
How hard is it for her to fucking teleport from one city to another? No big deal.
Yeah.
And she knew where they were going, so she just waited there and convinced some of the guards that she was a part of their party. So when they pulled up, they were like, oh, she's waiting for you. Who's she? Yasmilia. And they re-invited her to come with them back down into the mission. And then Cam and Yasmilia, they start to get romantic. They start talking about the future. Yasmilia convinces Cam to marry her.
I don't want to fucking hear any shit talking about breakers if that's how it went. I'm like, oh my fucking god. She almost the Hand of Black fucking nearly TPK'd us. God damn it.
Bro, and it was brutal because Nicodemus recruited Cam so that he could replace Tranquil.
I
He
mean,
literally
yeah,
brought this dude along to pick up his replacement.
yeah.
But
And he didn't make
again,
it a secret either. He didn't make it that's the thing
if
about it.
Mhm.
I really played on the whole, I did really play on the whole.
Uh,
If not friend, then why friendship?
I'm gonna just
Yeah,
say you've been
it works.
that group
It works.
has probably had those scenarios before. So I'm like, wait, this is like, how
The
did this
number of
happen?
times it's happened. Kelstro was literally
I
like, the
manipulated them.
second she does anything out of pocket, I'm fucking shooting her. And everybody's like, but don't. Cam loves her. Yeah, she also works for Nicodemus. I'ma send her ass back to her daddy.
I don't.
No.
Why are you
Yeah.
such a
And
We're
then
gonna
he
villain?
teach her
just
how to high
fucking shit
five
pushed it.
instead.
This is true
We're gonna
love.
teach her how to do a high five instead. Okay, that's more important.
Teach her how to high five and eat food.
I wish Lance was there in the background just so he could give the bombastic 20 side eye.
You know, you never know when a psychopath is in your midst. You know.
Oh, I know.
Murder.
It's just everyone else in the party goes, give him a chance. And I'm like, do you not know how many times Breakers has had someone go, what if mind control and or going insane?
I don't know. People seem to love latching onto these crazy ass characters. Like, I mean, they did it with Junior, Yasmilia. Who else
Oh,
did they
we
do it
don't
with?
talk about Junior. Oh, we don't talk about
What
Judy
Junior?
Jr.
Wait, isn't that would mean Junior would have happened after Yasmilia?
He
Right?
did.
I'm gonna I'm gonna have Lance. Let me have a guest appearance so I can just go, what the fuck is this? The fuck is this shit?
Bro, first class recruited him like he was a motherfucking mascot. I told you, they be collecting them bad boys like they're Pokemon, bro. They're like, let's slap a penitent collar on him, turn him cute, and carry him around like a stuffed animal.
You're also stupid. You're also stupid. This This is why Lance has become Silas 2.0. This is why Silas. There's a Silas 2.0 in the mist. He's like, fuck this shit. I'm going to start using my bindings on all of you and then ganking people. I'm going to put my feathers and put you in place and then start just or insta critting you with the scythe and behead you fucks.
Well, damn! Don't threaten me with a good time.
I don't. It's like you. Everyone talks shit. It's like, why did you stop all this death? And I'm like, motherfucker. Do you want me to be the leader? Okay, guess what? I'm going to bloody my fucking hands because you're too much of a bitch. Oh my god.
I'm gonna beat your ass like your daddy should have.
Why the fuck you think I'm like, give me a weapon now? I'm just like, you fucking bitches.
It's the natural progression. It's the natural. You think Silas looked this way when he first started off?
know.
I
It's
was
just like-
literally traditional knight in shining armor, good-natured, kind, compassionate, literally helping the homeless and fucking healing the sick, protecting children from monsters. The dude was like the kindest, like, you put him in a party with a number of murder hobos for several years. This is how you end up like this. This is how you end up like
do you want to
this.
know what kills me though? Is just everyone treating Lance as like the adult, even though he was one of the youngest in the party, and then everyone put their bullshit on him. And then like everyone else is like, oh, the child. I'm like, I'm nearly the same age as fucking Cam. I'm nearly the same age as John. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And then everyone treated like, look, even I did it, but it made sense for my character that Kaz was the cinnamon roll. The problem with that is we also know Kaz escaped slavery and killed the person that kept him in captivity. They have bloodied their hands. They know what it takes. Lance, the first person that Lance killed that wasn't just a random demon was Rock.
Yeah.
Lance was supposed to be support. He was supposed to be like, what if we try and save as many people as possible? And now he's like, you motherfuckers are gonna criticize me? So guess what? I'm gonna get results. I'm gonna kill this bastard so he doesn't kill more people. And if you look at me and with despise in your eyes, I'm gonna look you in the eye and say, at least you're still alive.
Now you understand why Silas was going around for the longest time. He would say, "You can crucify me when we survive until tomorrow. When this is all said and done, then you can punish me for my
Yeah.
sins. Until then, at least there will be a tomorrow."
Yeah. Well, do you want to know what my catchphrase would probably be? Is Lance. If anyone looks at me questioning my what I do, I'd be like, you know who I am? I'm the only hope you've got.
Oof. God of Hope hitting you with that line goes hard.
Yes. That, I mean, if they start questioning me, I'm like, do you know how dark things are? How bad things are? Guess what? I see the hope, and you see me. So get to stepping now.
Bars.
Nah, but the way that the progression of like how these characters have come from like being so adverse to actually having to do what it took to survive. Man, whew. I imagine that a lot of them, had they had the same level of power, but the mindset they had when they started, we would have a couple of TPKs at this point.
Yeah, well, they be.
Because some of these enemies, they would just keep coming back until you dead.
Yeah.
That's it. They wouldn't stop until you're dead.
Well, I think for Lance, he would probably be a bit too gentle. For the others, I think they'd be too cocky.
Like Kefka, for example. If y'all
Yeah,
guys didn't kill Kefka, you think that was gonna be the end? No.
no.
That motherfucker was gonna come back and keep harassing you endlessly.
Well, why
I
do
actually
we?
commend you guys for killing him right then and there. That took effort. Like that wasn't technically, you weren't supposed to do that.
Yeah,
You
it
weren't
was a
supposed to do
DPS
that, but you
check.
actually, but you guys managed to pull it off. And like I said, sometimes just casting out what you had planned, casting out the rule book, and letting the narrative ride is the right play. You guys took on an enemy that I had not expected you to defeat in that particular setting. You were only supposed to get a taste of it. You beat him right then and there. You prevented him from escaping. You pinned him down. You isolated him. You collaborated. You beat him. So you get to keep that W.
Yeah.
Full stop. And you managed to take the crystal that he had from him by managing to spook off Ultimisia.
God, that was such a frightful situation.
For good reason. Yeah, because you know how powerful Chronomancy can be in Convergence.
Also, also for if Mizo or any of the other players are here, this won't always apply in all the campaigns, but think of all your options, because I can't imagine what would have happened if I didn't think of summoning him. I forget his name. I was blanking on it.
Oh, yeah.
Obitus, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because we would have been fucked if I did. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. This is the only option I can think of. I don't care about my pride. I need results. I will call out to this person.
And honestly, that is utilizing your tools. You had a contact that you thought you could leverage to get this situation in your favor. It worked. Case in point, use your resource. You'll never know what'll actually work in certain contexts if you apply it correctly.
Yeah. I don't think Lance has really thought of it until in the future. It's just like everyone that he should like been honest with and given his all for has become contact / resources for him in the future.
Good.
Yeah.
That's how you're supposed to do it. That's the whole point of NPCs with notable skills, talents, and resources.
Silas,
you use them as contacts.
Yeah, Silas, I would just say this because I've said this so many fucking times. Yeah, I don't know what Breakers would do without Lance at this fucking point.
Cry.
You ain't wrong. Yeah, cry.
Look,
they probably cry.
Their resources are from
He
Lance.
high-key is the glue that keeps them all together. Yeah, Evening Star.
Evening Star. He's the
Resources.
reason Asmodeus is like with us in his form, like Obitus. There's so many. Like I'm not gonna say the other people didn't contribute to Menzo Baird, but it's just like he was actively
Yeah, I
trying to like.
contributed.
Yeah, it's just with Menzo Baird. Like some people are like, "And we're just gonna leave," and I'm like, "What if we try and talk to the maid, or like make sure that they remember us?" And know that we're actually people, we're gods. I don't think they also realize that, you know, we, the people we interact can be future worshippers.
Yeah, case in point. You kind of always adopted the mindset of a person attaining godhood. You've always kept that in mind and utilized the various resources in that way to leverage as much as you can in any given situation. And it's always done mindfully and tastefully. You don't crush on piety, which is something that I'm very, very impressed about for and foremost, because it's very easy to clutch on piety when you can just wish whatever you want into existence. You know what I mean?
Oh shit!
Welcome, Raiders!
Oh,
Hope
thank
you
welcome
enjoyed.
in.
Welcome.
Oh shit! Wait, what the fuck?
I gotcha.
Hey,
Hold on.
Big raid.
Thank you.
Thick
Wait, who
ass
was that?
raid. What's up,
Jesus.
thickies?
Thickies.
Oh my god! Wait, was this a?
Hope you having a thicky night.
Was it like a collab or stream together? Because I'm seeing multiple raids.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's actually a good point. Let me get up and stretch real quick.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what I was saying, but thank you. Oh my god!
because I'm getting old.
Oh my god, these names. I see the shout out, but I'm terrified of like pronouncing it right or wrong.
Vice Captain and Misuki? Isuki?
I was just gonna go with Hime just to cut it shorter, but I don't know if that's bad or good. Two of us were playing co-op TTRG. Oh, okay. Were there other people, or was it like a two-player kind? Just Hime is fine. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Mhm.
I was just like, thank you. Yeah, we're just hanging out and talking about being DMs and D&D stuff. So perfectly. It sounds like a good time for to rate us, and thank you again so much. Yeah, I deeply appreciate it. Two-player. No GM. Oh, cool. I've always wanted to try one of those. Like a non-GM kind of campaign.
Such an unfortunate time for ads to come in.
Same.
Yeah, well.
Your microphone is starting to sound a little funky there.
Or you're going through a tunnel.
Give me a sec, it does this every once in a while.
Well, good thing we're in an ad break. Was it? Yeah, I mean,
Need a break from the ads?
oh no. I've got a GM tomorrow, and I think I'm gonna go into it with no sleep. Oh no! Look, if you or anyone else, Goblin, need to go, I totally understand. I hope you all have a good night and a good weekend, because it's only it's still Friday for me.
Yeah,
But,
get some rest.
no.
Yep.
Like GMing with no rest is pain.
Yeah, you don't want to have a sleep delirious session where you realize halfway through, oh no, but you keep going. I have no experience with that at all.
Oh yeah, that
Don't mind
definitely
my
didn't
eyes
happen
rolling.
last week.
I think it was fine for
No,
the
not
first
at
half.
all. Not at all. Delirious DM, delirious goblin in the party.
Yeah, well, I think other people were also just more quiet than usual, if we're being quite honest. But, you know, we'll figure it out. It's fine. But yes, thank you again.
Yeah.
If anyone needs to go, totally understand. But if you are free, enjoy the rest of our stream. What you're saying?
No, I was just gonna introduce what we're doing because we're doing a 2-bit Tales, so I'm technically hosting it this time. Usually Alistair is the host. If you guys have any questions whatsoever, whether it's like about any of the worlds that we have, if you have heard of any of them, or if you just have like general questions as well, we're taking questions from chat. I've got a list of questions in case anyone doesn't have anything. We're just
Yeah.
kind of bantering as well.
Okay, and then I guess we can also give like quick, brief explanations of the things we DM before jumping back. Well, I guess we'll wait until the ad break, but is
Oh, yeah, we got
done.
30-ish seconds.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I've always considered what piety can do, but also, yeah, I try and not think of it like I know it could be. I wish to solve the puzzle, but also I feel like that doesn't apply to Lance in that the thought process, because it's like if you're going to do something, make sure you're doing it like. I mean, like Lance has probably read so many stories of the overconfidence becomes the thing that betrays you. And if you rely on a limited resource like piety, well, what good are you when you run out?
Bingo.
If I remember
Yeah,
correctly, isn't there a specific stipulation in the piety doc that if you run out of piety, you essentially become mortal for a little bit, or am I conflating that with
more or
another
less.
guide?
Yes, absolutely. No, you're right on the money. That's exactly what happens. When your piety falls to 0, you temporarily become incarnated, which is your godly form mortalized. You can be killed just like a normal person. When you're normally killed as a god, you discorporate, you lose half your piety, you rematerialize sometime after, usually in the astral, at which point you can then return via your divine plane to the prime material. Simple transition. Death isn't actually that scary for a god. It's when you run out of piety that death becomes dangerous. Because when you run out of piety, that's when the death sticks. So you don't want to die too often, because it'll hit your piety total pretty hard. Keep dying, somebody can eventually put you down for good.
Or, your party has an idea of sending the only two gods to a Denarian who then can just eat you both if your party's too far away. Because that was an idea that got thrown out when we were going up against Vincent was, hey, Jack is probably not going to do well. Kraith is hit only. Let's send Star with Faye to go talk with Vincent. And I was like, hey, maybe let's not do that.
it's
That's crazy.
It's like sending 2 snacks over to a fucking starving table.
well, it's like an appetizer and
Yummy.
then an aftermint snack because Star is not actualized yet.
Yeah.
It's true. Yeah.
I'm like the little
And you'll
pillow
find
you
that that's
get.
actually a big motivator for why Denarians don't necessarily go around killing gods willy nilly. A non actualized god does not sate Denarians' hunger. Not at all.
They need to
There's
be
no
ripe.
piety.
You remember?
Yeah.
You remember how Yasmilia called the breakers? They weren't ripe yet.
Yeah.
Those metaphors were literal.
Yeah.
They weren't just metaphors.
Yeah. I think I don't know if it was just Miller or someone else, was like, ooh, look at Lance. He looks extra, he has extra ripeness.
You
I don't know.
got you got some flavor. Lance definitely had some flavor.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, unironically. But you know why
Yeah.
that is.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Again, this is a quick vent session. It's like motherfuckers still didn't understand. Lance seems to be like advancing his godhood faster than all of us. It must just be a story thing. It's like, I wonder if you're participants in this story.
Gotta hit him with the NPC stare.
No, they give me that to stare.
Yeah. No, that's what I'm saying, is they're hitting you
Motherfucker.
with that.
Hey Lance, what would you like me to specialize in? That's, god damn it, no.
Who needs a battalion assigned to you if you're already a battalion leader, basically?
Oh my god. Again, you had the 18-year-old owl boy go, yeah, he can be the leader. Fucking goddamn it.
Honestly, I mean, it was
The options were
that,
limited. I know.
I mean, you were literally the actual best choice. Everybody else was too eccentric
Nah,
for
we
the
should have let
role.
Caiaphas be the leader.
Yeah, when he was going on the drug binge, but right before we were trying to get the scroll, great.
Or when he was fucking staying up for days on end.
Fucking coffee lock.
Yeah,
God damn it. It was like, why the fuck is he never. Oh, he's a coffee lock. Okay, got it. Fucking. And he fucking had
Okay,
one of the
look.
barons with him. Or princes.
Chiquita didn't do any drugs with Caiaphas.
You did.
What are you talking about?
Before the drug binge before we went to get the scroll, it was Chiquita, Edith or Isla, and then Caiaphas. I remember that vividly because the other half of the party was going, "What are you doing?"
yeah,
No.
no, yeah.
What the fuck is this shit?
Because this was when you were flying to Anarok, you were rifling around in
Got the
the
fucking spear also.
personal supplies and like effects of the crew members. You found one of the crew members had a bag of varying drugs, and you were the ship was being flown by Requiem,
Yeah,
or
oh
as you better
fucking
know
yeah.
him, Sanguinius.
I forgot
And you
about
guys
that.
ended up
Yeah.
inadvertently stumbling across his spear, stealing it, and doing a fuck ton of drugs before leaving.
I like
What?
you.
What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
You also took way more drugs than you were supposed to. You
Oh,
all imbibed like
oh
4
my God.
drugs at once.
Uh,
You mixed them together.
what?
Silas is vouching
No.
right now.
I think it was like Sundrop,
Why would I do that?
Venge, Angel Dust,
Oh my God.
and I forget what the last was.
I don't know, but yeah, you
Yeah,
described
Chiquita was
each of
always
them.
leader material. Okay, Chiquita would have been a great leader.
Oh my God, I hate the fact that like even as time progressed, everyone that has ever showed up has been like, nope, 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 nope. Hey, Star, congrats on being secondary leader.
God damn it.
I'm going through the Rolodex of people that have ever joined Breakers. Yeah, Lance has always been the only option. Yeah, god damn it. I can. It's like fucking
You
Ritter.
see?
Oh my god. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, what was the first thing you guys saw when you met Jean? Dude
Uh.
decapitating one of the most famous monster hunters in Ravenloft. Matter of
And-
fact, in the Sword Coast Greater, for that matter.
Had no qualms about it either.
For real, just took it clean off.
Oh my god.
Speaking on that, since we are out of ads, do we all want to introduce our worlds and stuff?
Yeah, sure. Which one do you want to go first?
Let's go ahead and start with the Sundered Kingdom since we were already on that topic.
Yeah. Okay.
Fair enough. So I'm Silas Quinn. I run a number of campaigns. I participate in a number of campaigns associated with a highly modified 5e system we refer to as Convergence. I participate and particularly host the world of the Sundered Kingdoms. One of many worlds in this greater collaborative D&D experience that me and several other DMs participate in this overarching narrative. The Sundered Kingdoms are my own natural progression of the Forgotten Realms, highly modified and altered due in part to narrative and the actions of my players.
Mm.
The world's ended twice. That's why it's called Sundered.
Good thing
But,
none of the
yeah.
players have any baggage about that.
Not even a little bit.
20
But we
eyes side
run-
eye. Yeah, go.
We run from a low level to epic level campaigns, capping out at level 60. Ooh. I know for some of our more advanced and veteran 5e players, you hear level 60 and you're like, what the fuck is that? How do you even do that? Yes, it actually does work pretty well, actually, especially if you are extremely experienced with 5e. Makes it really easy. But yeah, Gandiva is my partner in crime and the jelly to my peanut butter.
I'm Gabibo.
While I handle a lot of the front end, our beloved Gandiva handles a lot of the back end.
And most of the art. We do the art
Yeah.
together too.
Yeah, we do a lot of our own art, both individually and collaboratively. And we also play a bunch of video games. We do a bunch of shit. We like pop culture, uh, all types of random stuff. And I'm very politically inclined. I'm a socialist. If you have a problem with that, go fuck yourself. If not, hey, welcome to the club. Love you.
If you want to hear more about that, just wait for the intros of my campaign as I am the DM of 9 to 5, but also I'm also a player in the Sundered Kingdoms for the Breakers of Chains, the Chain Breakers. I play Lance. He is an Owlin who has become the god of a pantheon and the patron god of his hometown, Evening Star, that has become a country in itself and other things. And there's a lot to go through that I will probably vent through, and you could pick up the context clues over time.
I'd call it like a city-state fief. Yeah, it's like a
Yeah,
city-state fief.
it's a city-state fief, but at the same time, it's just like it is one of the major cities that are still on the map. So
yes, it is one of the major cities in the world of the Thunder Kingdoms.
So that's why I if you look at it, you might as well look at it as a country to some degree. Because also it keeps expanding because he accepts refugees constantly. But yeah, that's where I'm at in that campaign. And then for personally, all these chuckle fucks are in my campaign called 9 to 5 edition. If you can't tell, it's based on 5th edition also, but I go by rule of cool and say fuck it, we do it how I say, and basically it is modern capitalism combined with fantasy elements. So they all work at the Lamblart because guess what? Adventurers need money, and who has money? Merchants, guilds, all of those things. So guess what? They over time in power grew in power, funding things until adventures were so common day that they eventually used all their skills at a retail store, and that's just where they're at.
They commodified adventuring.
Yeah. It's not a horror campaign, despite what, false claims there are. It's
a horror campaign. He's keeping us hostage. Please help.
You want to know the fucked up part though? These hostages are saying, "Make it worse for me, please. I beg of you."
What? Why
You just
would we do
openly
that?
admit to Stockholm syndrome with your players? Oh my god.
I'm the one that got Stockholm.
I mean, what do you want from me? The last couple lashes from the whip have gotten a little numb, so like I need some type of stimulation. Give me more. Give me more.
I introduced Kyle, and these fucks decided make Kyle worse. We need motivation.
We didn't say that. That's crazy.
I said Kyle doesn't need to be the villain of the story. We could just say he was only part of session 0. And then they said, no. I want this motivation because it'll be more satisfied when we get him. And I went, okay, and shrugged my shoulders as they all told me, you can keep going. I've literally, if you check the VODs, go, hey, if that's too much, we can stop there. And then they keep going, no. I like when it hurts.
What? I don't know.
Catharsis is that much more satisfying when I choke the life from him.
Yeah, well, congratulations. Forklift Kyle's died. Miriam's house blew up, so she's gone. You
I
know,
don't know about that.
you definitely don't got to worry about Bullseye because guess what? The one shot group definitely handled that. That was like,
Oh, oh God. Sweating intensifies.
yeah. The thing is, the party keeps deciding. Well, that's a concern. Anyways, what else is in the city? And I go, all right, I guess we're gonna just have all these happening simultaneously then.
Oh, don't worry, don't worry. We're building our vigilante team, and our Wham Lart supplies are ready.
Do you realize I have
We're
like
about to clean this city up.
I have like 5 different like threats happening simultaneously, and I'm spitting them, trying to figure out, okay, which one appears now? Which one appears now?
Bro, that's how it is. That's how it
Welcome
fucking
to my
is.
world. You got my own personal story beats and elements. You got the greater convergence elements, and then you have the main storyline beat that we're both Medi and I following, and that's there's a lot to juggle there.
Yeah.
So I know. If anything, having a
Yeah.
lot of NPCs does help ease the burden because
It
then you can
can.
compartmentalize things very
Yeah.
easily. Yeah.
Well, yeah. Also, it helps having very defined NPCs, so you're like, usually I can like go. This is while they're doing their thing. In the back of my mind, I'm like, what the fuck else am I doing this session? Because sometimes I'm just like, all right, we need to poke we need to poke the bears because everyone's
all
getting
of
too comfortable. Or
Now
shoot the
me,
gun in the
I've just
air to
been
scare the
waiting.
bear.
I just been waiting to get the supplies I needed, and I could push back because I tapped everything, man. I had no more bullets. I had no more pipe bombs. Bro, I was
Yeah.
tapped. All I had
Get,
was sticky and my old sticky knife.
yeah, well, fucking congrats. I told you that you have an overabundance of pipe bombs now, and they're now trying to stick them in cars. They don't know which car it is, though.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. You know, I'll just collect. It'll be like an Easter egg hunt. I'll go collecting pipe bombs across the city as I'm doing
Oh my
random shit.
god.
It was like,
You,
can I roll perception to see if there's a pipe bomb on this car?
yeah, I'm also gonna tell you, I might roll a d20. It might not be anything. It may be to see if a bomb goes off somewhere in the city, and then I have to roll other location stuff.
Oh my god, is this GTA 6?
It's GTA 6.
Yeah, Goblin Theft Auto. Don't remember that, everyone.
Let's go.
I don't remember saying that. I don't remember saying that.
Don't
COVID
worry.
is a strange
clip.
thing.
Don't worry.
Crazy.
Yeah. Look, I know for a fact all of us at times disassociate in session. Also, thank you, Star, for being there. So sometimes when I disassociate, I don't have to go, sorry, I missed that. What was that going on? Sorry.
Note
Sometimes it's
taking.
like disassociating for 5 seconds, and I go, oh shit, I gotta pick up a context clues now. Mm.
I keep scrupulous notes to make sure that I don't go off tangent. That's how I managed to keep everything like at least moderately in line.
Yeah, well,
Otherwise, you know.
yeah, you have a timeline. 9 to 5 doesn't because it is in its own location, and be thankful that I have not been approached to make it part of Convergence. I would say also though, if it does appear in Convergence, it would apply by its own rules because capitalism will survive in one way or another.
Yeah, no, we actually do track like economic movements for a lot of the larger elements because like war does require funding. These supplies, materials don't just come from nowhere. People got to eat, people got to have homes, you know. Weapons don't just make themselves.
I mean,
There's
technically
a
cornucopia now.
unironically there is a very strong urge to run like level 5 low level campaign so you guys can get a small insight into what the ground level for the conventional citizen denizen of the Sundered Kingdoms is like. You know what I mean? Because you guys get to see the top level all the time. You guys operate at it, but like you don't really get to see what the common person's living like
Yeah.
very often.
I mean, Silas, if you want, with like, we could talk about like, I know you have your own ideas, but if you want, there could literally just be like a congratulations, you're about to graduate from Evening Star's Hero Academy, but you must do this final quest.
Bro, there's so many things like that.
Yeah.
The daggers of volition, the hammers, the heroes, Nevermorn, the Praetors of Sin, the God Breakers. There's so many organizations where it could be like, this is your graduating task. Go out,
Yeah.
complete it, help the people. Because there is a lot of like domestic relief that happens in the Sundered Kingdoms. Jack
We're just not there to
turned,
see it. Yeah.
yeah, because Jack turned Entropy into a new organization called Hope,
I think that's funny he
and
chose
they
that name.
function. Yeah, you know, I even pointed that out, and he was like, "Yeah, that's even better."
Okay. So I was
So
like, all right, more for
yeah,
me.
you know, and they essentially function a lot like the National Guard. They help with like disaster relief, domestic defense and protection, like even mundane things like helping people with tasks in their day to day. You know what I mean? There's a lot of like social elements on the lower tier that just would be really fun to show and engage with, both as a player and a DM. And I'm really, really inclined to give it a go. Maybe perhaps when things move forward with the
Yeah.
plot a little bit more, I'll have an opportunity to do so,
Yeah.
because there's nothing saying I can't revisit this after events have transpired, because now I have greater events I could just draw on, historically speaking. Because I have
Yeah.
dates and everything. Everything's dated. And when I take my notes, I keep track of like the literal month, day, time of day in the year.
Right. I mean, it could be interesting if you want. I could, in theory, DM a one-shot kind of situation, because I told you about like, and Star. We would talk about this also later. Is different ideas for hero origin stories.
That would be dope. If you're interested in trying to run like a lower level one shot, I would be more than happy to help get you started. Like it'd be more than yeah,
Well,
there would be a big demand. You heard Gandiva. There'd be a demand for that. Not gonna
Mhm.
lie.
yeah. Well, my my stuff is. I would have
Nike.
to keep it. Oh, go ahead.
Medi and I have a backlog of like 80 to 90 players who want to join Convergence to play in a campaign, and we don't have enough DMs or seats.
I mean, that
So
would also give me a
one
chance
shot would be
to
cool.
vet some people and be like,
Yeah,
are you cool enough to
absolutely.
invite to 9 to 5 also? Because some people applied and I was like, I don't know if you pass the vibe check for a
Yep.
long-term
No.
campaign. A one-shot's
No,
different though.
absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, you're well versed enough with the world. You're very well versed enough with the world that if it came to needing to answer a larger problem or issue, I actually trust you quite competently to delegate it easily.
Yeah,
Like you know who a lot of the major players are, you know what their affiliations
yeah.
are,
I'd probably confer with you just to be
locations.
safe.
No, absolutely. That makes sense because you know there's a lot of characters you don't know about that
That
are just like
or
in the
they're
background.
unavailable because of this situation.
Bingo. Or like
I
ships
think that's
passing
the
the night.
biggest. Yeah.
You're operating in the same circles, but you've never met with one another.
Oh, that would be interesting now that I think about it. If literally, because it's a tale as old as time, is a you get a calling from a god to do this thing as your starting quest. Oh wait, I am that god. I could just do that.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
And that's the reason why gods tend to delegate lesser tasks to champions and agents. It's because, you know, it gives them an opportunity to focus their energies and resources on more pressing things that they can only deal with. You know, it's one thing to set a champion that you've got a lot of confidence in their ability to achieve the task,
Yeah.
to go handle a mundane task. You can't expect that champion to do what you do though.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I
So
mean, that was my idea for answering prayers, is, you know, answering the call through my heroes instead of spending my own piety, because it creates this cycle of, like, you know, I want heroes slash the people to be more self-sufficient, so like
Yep, and
I can bestow
moving
them
the
these powers,
worship
but they need to
away.
do it themselves. Yeah.
Exactly, moving the worship away from the idol of yourself and more so to the concept that is the embodiment of the hero makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and even then, that would still be, by the rules of how it works, I would still get worship from that.
Exactly. Exactly. So you don't need to idolize yourself because that has its benefits and its drawbacks.
For sure.
There's not really a
It,
wrong or right way to engage with your followers, save not engaging with them at all.
yeah, it's just with you being the focal point, the intensity is probably stronger because you are the focal point
Yes, you
instead of the
get it. Cult of
concept.
personality. Yes,
But
the
that's
cult
the
of
issue.
personality.
Also, it's inversely true where it's easier to like care about a concept in general versus not everyone's gonna like that person, kind of a thing. So
You get more reliable worship
yeah,
from the upholding of the concept than you do
I'm
of the idol.
I'm much more widespread because
Bingo.
people know about, like, well, just got to keep hope and like someone can reach out, versus like you may not necessarily. It's also with other people, they when they worship gods, they generally have a primary or a patron god, so they may not reach out to me all the time is another thing, or they may not consider me as a person to pray to because they're going to pray to their patron god.
Like, fun fact, there's a saying used amongst people from Evening Star. Good winds grace you.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
You like that? You like
Yeah.
that?
That has a lot of meaning to it.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Sorry, you're writing that down.
Maybe. I may have actively was just hitting enter on my notes when you said that.
See, it's funny. This is a part of the DM thing. It's funny to call people out as they're doing things. This is a call out.
I just
Listen.
I literally just picture Star just like shrimped up in a corner with a notebook. Just like,
Just nodding.
jot that down really quickly.
Yeah.
That's you've caught me. That's exactly how I take notes whenever I'm going back in VODs.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew
Yeah.
it. I knew it.
Just shrimped up at my desk, just like, okay, timestamp here, timestamp here. Okay, this was of note when I was half delirious. How do I connect these
It's
guys
at
together?
times 2 speed also.
Hey, last time I was doing it, it was at 1.5.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
And just say, Gandhi does the same thing when she's doing art. She shrimps up in her chair, just one
Artists love
hand
that
pressed
yeah.
up to her glasses so she can adjust them, and one hand pressed to the tablet with pen in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think. Ooh, okay.
Exposed.
Now that I know that phrase, I'm gonna keep that in mind for the motto or oath. Ooh.
Listen, there's a reason why I was given inspiration for connecting Glorple, and it's because I had it in my notes, okay?
Glorple! Yes, Glorple!
Oh yeah, I got inspiration for making a Disgaea reference. I remember that now. Okay, you popped off for that. Give me another inspiration for telling you about Katamari coming out in 2 months. Ooh. What if what if the prince what if the Katamari world's in Convergence? Because it's possible.
Oh fuck! It is possible.
Okay, but what kind of
They are
poop
of
would
a
they
power
be?
level that would
They would be. They would be considered like, probably Bastards of Oblivion level. Yeah.
the fucking the king of all cosmos just going on a bender and destroying the cosmos, and then telling his son just build it again.
Yep. Yeah. Because about that tier of strength is like you can sunder entire trees and create them on a whim.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Thinking about it. Oh my god, just imagine if you get the prince to be in his adult form.
Oh God. Okay, maybe
Oh no.
maybe
Oh
you make a stat block.
no.
Maybe maybe one,
Oh, wait.
like a one off.
By that logic, that means I could theoretically summon the prince because I would consider him a hero.
All right, you know what? I'm definitely doing it now.
Ooh, you
Wait,
can,
wait.
the
Is
different
Lance
players.
just a fucking gotcha game god over here?
Yes!
He can just
Yeah.
summon.
Why
He's like,
not?
yeah, let me put that 10
He
summon
can
in.
literally roll on heroes and see who he gets.
I mean, you gave like the lyre that was given to me is like that, but for like Archfey. You know that's true also.
Mm-hmm.
Because the gotcha is who's available. Oh, it's the pudding? Got it.
Wasn't didn't you use him to call Oberon once?
No. I considered it. It was the pudding. That's the only
Yeah,
time
no,
I've been able to use
you're
it.
right, you're right. It was
I thought Oberon would be stronger, though. That's the part that surprises me.
surprisingly, if you look into the lore, most gods of like the moderate tier, lower to
Yeah.
moderate tier, sit about CR 50, CR 60.
No, but
Yeah.
well, no. If you remember, I mean, unless the lyre needs to get updated with the time skip, it only lets me summon Archfey up to level 30 or CR 30.
Yeah, Oberon was weakened when Titania died.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. He got back a lot of that strength since then, but
Well, that means I
now
couldn't
he's
summon
stuck
him.
fighting Mab. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to summon him anymore.
Okay.
And honestly, would you really want to, given the state of affairs in the Feywilds?
That's also the reason why I've never bothered summoning Oberon, if we're being completely honest.
It'd be kind of inconvenient to yank him from whatever he's doing, which
Yeah.
could be the middle of a battle against Mab's forces, to help in whatever you're doing at any point in time. No,
Yeah.
it's completely reasonable. Gandiva's right. It probably would piss him off if you pulled him
Oh,
out of
yeah.
a critical battle into like whatever you're doing. It
That's
probably
why
would
the
piss
only time
Oberon
I've
off really
ever really
badly.
used the lyre to summon Archfey was we were fighting Strahd, because that seemed pretty important.
No, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Which I gotta get more face stat blocks going. I'll
Yeah.
add that to my list to do. I've been oh man, if you one of these days, I'm gonna let you see what the DM view of the Sundered Kingdoms game looks
Yeah.
like. And when you get to see the fucking sheer number of stat blocks, character sheets, handouts that are actually in that game
Yeah.
relative to what you can see.
Oh, I can only imagine, considering the
Holy
times when you say, hold on a minute, I gotta find it.
And then it takes like 3 minutes.
Yeah, I have to actually sift through tags to find things.
Yeah.
Yes, I tag my stat blocks and NPCs, because if I don't,
Yeah.
fucking searching for things
What
becomes
region are they
impossible.
from? What is this? Yeah.
I do keep everything very, very organized,
No,
neat,
I
and
believe
orderly,
you.
but
I'm
there's
just
just
saying,
so
like,
much.
I could imagine you having, like, if you can, multiple ways to search function them.
Oh my god, please! They need a smarter filter function for the search bar.
Yeah, because if you
it's
could
too
like
slow.
include also
I'll
like
be real with
different.
you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Sometimes I'm trying to be like, where's that art? I know I
And
saved
like, I
it. Where
type
is
in,
it?
yeah, and if you like name things, right, and you can just type in the name, even then it
They're trying to
takes
search
a
through
good
everything.
second
Yeah.
for fucking to find it, because it's searching through everything.
Yeah. Oh, before we forget it.
Roll20 has its ups and its downs.
Yeah.
I won't lie, the jump gate update for it has been phenomenal in terms of usability and versatility. I'm actually able to get the fucking macros working properly now, which is amazing. You can fucking train.
I was about to say, is that
Like,
why we
with the
have the
macro
macro now?
Yeah, among others. there's more that are going to be introduced. I'm just making sure they're working properly before I publicly
It
introduce
doesn't
them in
make
the game.
spaghetti code.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you know how that happens sometimes.
Yeah.
So I'll be able to, for example, hit a macro and it'll show me all of your passive perceptions in the chat bar all at once. I don't have to ask you. I just hit that and it'll just show me,
uh,
among other
before.
things.
Oh,
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna go into further detail because it's just a bunch of minutia. But yeah, I was
yeah,
just stating that you can do a lot of cool shit.
Okay, but that's absolutely stuff I'm gonna ask you off stream though, because I gotta get
yeah.
that kind of
We're
stuff
Yeah,
set
probably
we'll
up.
gonna
talk
have
about it.
another.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
we're not tired, more things to talk about. But I forget it. Silas, we could theoretically do a one shot in the Katamari universe, and then if we don't want to play the main people, we could literally just make up cousins.
The smile that formed over my face as you said that.
I mean, it's that simple, really, if you think about it.
Yeah, man, I'm running convergence. That doesn't mean that's the only thing I'm willing to run. I'm really like, bro, do you know how badly I want to do a Shadowrun game? Oh my fucking god!
I mean, you know me. If I had more time, we would be
Right?
doing the Persona JoJo campaign I have.
Facts.
Yes.
But I need more time. That's the thing. We all need more
Yeah.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just not enough fucking hours in the day.
Days in the week.
Just if anyone's here,
We need an 8th weekday. We need an
Yeah.
8th. I think that's what we need to do. They need to
Well-
make an 8
Nah, I
day
just
long
have
week.
to unlock the secrets of time travel and quantum entanglement, like I have for Silas Quint, and then just be whenever, however, for however long I feel like it, whatever.
Do you want to? Do you want to know my plan for
Stretch a day into infinity.
be able to quit my my IRL job so that I could by doing only buns and then making enough money so then I could just focus on doing streaming and other dumb shit I want to do, like the wrestling VTuber stuff.
yeah.
We have so much.
Fucking yeah, man. There's just so fucking much, and there's just oh, we got the orange dipshit who's fucking literally collapsing the country in front of us. Oh, whatever.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Because we've been gone super tangent. Star, since you're hosting slash, you haven't had a chance to introduce yourself.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hi, Starlight Datura. I torture my players in a psychological horror campaign called Domain of the Nameless God, where surprisingly enough, an entire village of children go missing, and your party is invited slash conscripted to try and help find them, unless your players forget that that's the whole point of the campaign. But that's besides the point. I
don't know how you
also,
forget
You know,
that.
we keep the we keep the wheels running.
yeah, I also did a one shot, which will eventually become a campaign of itself with the Cipher system, set in the world of the Magnus Archives. Once again, another psychological horror where it deals
It's
with
pretty
fear.
normal. I don't understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, sure. Mr. Jack Quinn over there. But it deals with fate, gods, maybe gods, and how you respond to fear itself.
Just
It
saying.
was so fun.
I do think it's funny that when I basically nat 20'd, my resourcefulness was push this weird fucker through the door. Anyways, let's keep going.
You guys missed so much of the map because I had like 3 other traps set up for you guys, and you were just like, nah. It was great.
Well, because the session was going on longer than we anticipated.
Yeah, that too, but like also, no, you guys completely missed a section because you had gotten to the doors, but you hadn't gotten the keys, and
Yeah.
it was an entire trap that was supposed to lead into a chase scene.
Yeah, well, guess what? Our characters are too stupid to get
Well,
caught in a trap like that.
I mean, you guys did end up like actually getting to where you needed to go, and then because of part of the fears, you ended up falling into the trap that was set up for you.
Which one?
Because it was, if I remember correctly, because I had two ways that I was going to do it. Uh, the person who pressed the button had actually been psychologically manipulated too.
Oh, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, it was my character.
Yeah,
Yep.
it was you. I forget your
Because we had
character's name.
shaken
Yeah.
hands when
Yep.
we initially met, and that's when he was given this suggestion.
Yep. It did
Would you
not need to
kindly?
I
be.
was like, yo, that was clever. That was so fucking clever. Because when you showed the ability, I was like, wait a minute. Oh shit.
It just
Played the
needs a
fuck out of me.
touch. Doesn't even need a verbal component.
That's some Nicodemus shit.
Yep. The web of
Yeah.
my
Sick as
beloved.
fuck.
Yeah, I totally understand. I don't need to be told when I do something wrong. If I get hit by Grandmama's shoe, I understand. I messed up.
Oh god.
I have
Not the
literal
chocolate.
Yeah.
cosmic
Hmm?
horrors I can pull on, and yet Grandmama scares me the most.
See, the thing that people don't understand is, the unknown is horrifying. The personal is much more horrifying.
Yeah, you ain't wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can, like, the horrors you can't possibly imagine. You know what Grandmama looks like.
Oh
And
no.
I'm not going to describe her because we all have our own Grandmamas.
Yeah. So how'd you get Hellish Rebuke again?
uh, which version do what? I'm trying to remember. Was it? Did we go with the? No, I remember the whole idea was him being resistant to fire. Was he he didn't quite learn. Oh, grandmama made him hold the hot oven because
Mm-hmm.
he didn't learn his lesson about, like, if it's a hot oven, you need to let go from it. But he didn't learn. And she's like, you didn't learn, so you got to keep holding it. Oh yeah, and then he has hellish rebuke because he's a sinner, according to grandmama.
Well, grandma can't be wrong because she's grandma.
Yeah. Yeah, I love it when you were all getting mad at Jack at the end, but you all couldn't argue this wasn't in character about him. Like when we got our, like, I guess avatar states, and then Silas's character says it's like, you're hard to look at. It's like, think something's happened to us. I was like, what are you talking about? That's how I always look. It's like, no, you've changed. Like, it's hard to look at you. It's like, yeah, you sound like my grandmama.
Yeah.
Uh,
You were describing Jack Quinn, and I was just like, okay, yeah, I know exactly which fear this needs to go into now. Got it.
or the fact that, I forget, I was a Crow or someone else was like getting annoyed with Jack, so they hit him, and then he immediately triggered, I'm sorry, Grandma, but I won't mess up again.
Yeah.
It was horrible.
If you if you need anything for the Datura files or domain, just hit me up. I just like, yeah, bet I'll help you out with that.
I
I
got
don't
you,
do
Eldritch
horror,
Horror,
but
right here.
I mean, that was an offer that I was gonna have, is everyone who was in the one shot, because they are avatars and because they need to feed their deity, god, power bringer, however you refer to it, because there isn't one set way of referring to the fears. You guys were going to have your own statements made about you, about how you use those fears, how you bring fear to quote unquote normal people, because
Sorry,
that's
go ahead.
that's exactly what would happen. Is if you don't feed the fears will feed on you. And so you're going to have statements made about you, people who will come into the Datura Institute and make a statement about what you did to them.
Star, so when you're telling me, I don't know if you were going to say anything else. but start what you're telling me. So congratulations, Jack Quint. You are the top performer, and then all of the reports are just him talking about his grandmama.
I feel like
He's not using his powers. He's just talking about grandmama.
made it hard to look at him. Is just I wanted to cry the entire time, but I don't know why.
He says, "Don't worry, everyone says that about me these days." Don't worry, I don't have mirrors in my house. I practice what I preach. If people don't want to look at me, I won't look at me. Ooh, that's actually fun. I don't have mirrors in my house.
Damn!
Grandmama says I can't look at my reflection until I properly learn to reflect on my own actions.
Type shit, bro.
I don't understand why people get sad or scared when they talk to me.
Why don't you ask Grandma why?
Because then I get the shoe again. I need to know better. I don't need to ask questions. I need to, just like I serve the Lord, I need to know how to serve without questioning things.
Oh God.
I think you can see in my model I'm smiling because this is a good time. Yeah.
Sometimes the real psychological horror comes from your players rather than your campaign and enemies.
The fun is the friends we made along the way.
The fun is the grandmama that won't stop hurting.
Oh God.
Grandma's mom's doing great. I don't know what you're talking about. The grandma hurt along the way. She's thriving. What if you idea? Jack has always been under one of these gods. It's been Grandma Ball. He's been raised by her shaped by her for his entire existence.
Oh God, what happens if she's actually an avatar? And that's oh yeah, no, wow. I can't believe I didn't consider that before. She's probably an avatar.
Yeah.
Question is
That actually would be.
Is she like Star where she serves multiple of the fears, or is she just one solid one?
You decide on that.
I know. Like I got things I get to play with now.
Yeah, you're welcome. That would mean that in theory, like, fucking Jack Quint is super resilient because he's lived with that his entire life.
That depends, because there in the actual podcast itself, there is a character. His name is Gerald Key, and he was raised with the fears. He was raised to essentially be someone who, well, this was from his mother's point of view, but basically someone who was supposed to become like the Lucases or uh the Magnuses, where they were completely entrenched and they would specifically raise and grow fear in order to be able to allow their gods to be the one to take over in the apocalypse. And so there is an absolute possibility that maybe the Quints are one of those families for either one or multiple of those fears, where they actually have some sway.
So you're saying he's too much of an idiot to realize what he's in?
Yeah, maybe. There's an absolute possibility of that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that either way. I'm gonna still play him the same way. He's not changing.
Oh, no, I didn't expect that.
It's great when characters have character development. I think it's great how Jack Quint is. You're gonna have to do something very drastic or stupid to make him change his ways. I'm gonna put it that way.
I feel like that might just end up coming from how the world might shape him rather than anything else. Because I'm pretty sure I could put the literal apocalypse in front of him and he would still deny everything, no matter how many horrors were put in his way.
Yeah, that's just global warming, but also global warming's made up.
Oh God.
He was right about the fucking
fake.
the spiders being spies.
I mean, yeah. I did also
No
kind
one
of
was
base those
listening to him.
spiders. I did kind of base those spiders off of my pet spider.
Of course you did.
Listen, look
Oh,
up
what kind of
roast.
spider you got?
So fun story with how I got Raven. I think I've told you before, but I don't remember, where I had to choose either between going through a haunted house or facing my fear of spiders. And I saw the creepy house. I saw the creepy lady in front of the house with candy, went up to the creepy lady for candy, very meekly asked, "Hey, trick or treat." Bye, and then fucking dashed to the other side, which there was a pet store on the other side of the road. I was dressed up as Raven from Teen Titans. I saw a rose-haired tarantula with that pretty purple gleam on the back, 7 legs, and just looked like she needed a home, and I got her and eventually traded her for what I based Gnosis off of, the pet snake that I just like commissioned and got everything for, which
Oh,
is
that's
a
awesome.
Brazilian Colombian rainbow boa. So,
Little
actually,
danger noodle.
yeah, oh my God, I loved Osiris. Osiris was such a sweet baby. With just like, because we got him as like a little baby. Like, I think he was a very new hatchling, but just old enough to actually be able to like trade out. Because we used to be friends with pet store like employees, and so
Ah,
they knew
gotcha.
how to like take care of snakes and like other sort such pets, and they kept
Right.
reptiles as like a habit, not a habit, but hobby. And so I traded Raven because it started not becoming as feasible for me to be able to take care of her the way she needed. And I wanted to keep snakes because I had a very, very big hyperfixation on snakes at the time. And I knew that I'd be able to visit Raven whenever because we were next door neighbors. And so I traded Raven
Gotcha.
for Osiris. And that snake would stay on me no matter what. It was actually hard to get him off of me because he would just wrap around my wrist and be a little snake bracelet, and I just play like Street Fighter or something the entire time.
That's awesome.
Yeah, gorgeous snake too. I've
So
got a couple pictures of him I can send.
he didn't grow that big if he was around your wrist or something.
He did grow bigger. That was just some of like the more formative memories that I have is he would just like wrap around my wrist. I think he got to eventually 3 wraps around my wrist before I just started having him hang wherever because he would just hang on my shoulder and stuff. He just wanted to get comfortable and then he'd stay there for hours.
Ah,
Yeah, my mom actually commissioned my friend to make a little raven heart. So I've got a little emote of Raven now.
Aw.
hmm. Oh, okay. I
But
don't
yeah,
remember you using that one before.
I rarely use it mostly because Yasu has arachnophobia.
Ah,
That
then
makes sense.
Yeah.
Yasu appears in the chat right now. How dare you use that?
Yeah, that's actually where Gnosis is based off of. Uh, is I wanted Gnosis to be, I don't know if codified's the right word or anything, but I wanted a representation of Gnosis or of Osiris with my VTuber. And so I worked with my artist to go for a rainbow boa for my pet and use the color scheme and stuff from the D&D version of Star. So whenever Gnosis is in like the light or something, you'll see like a rainbow sheen. Immortalized isn't a bad word for that.
How is it? Sorry, I'm just looking at something. I was like, why is it that it doesn't show me that now I'm online for Discord? It doesn't show that I'm streaming right now.
Is your Twitch connected? Like an actual connection
Yes.
on? Hmm.
Yes. I've checked before. Multiple
Yeah.
times.
I don't know.
Okay. I'll try and figure this out eventually.
Yeah, we can probably help that off stream and see.
Yeah. Anyways,
Yeah, I was.
what is it even related to? I think we're just talking
We
about
just
things.
yeah, we just kind of went off on tangents.
Yeah.
Oh, because I brought up the spiders because the spiders were based off of Raven. So it had the
Mm,
purple sheen one because at least for me, so canon for the Datura Institute, the web's coloring is purple. And so it's both a reference to that because the wider community also has purple as like a headcanon for what the web would be represented with,
mm.
and also connection to Star, who has a main color scheme of purple. And so it was always meant to be that little clue of these spiders are connected to Star, who is actively pulling the strings and spying on you.
Huh. Okay, that makes more sense with that context. But yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah. Just to get back on track with like questions and stuff, I actually did have
Yeah.
just so because I got like four more
Slow down.
questions that I had written up.
Yeah.
This was just
Absolutely.
like a semantic question. When Lance or the people of Evening Star summon, like specifically the echoes of heroes, do they have a memory of what happens when they are summoned? Or is it where it is specifically the moment that Lance writes them down that is their only memory up until then? So they don't retain anything
Yeah,
afterwards.
it's more so like the embodiment of collective recollection at the moment of recording.
Okay.
I think another thing to clarify is he can summon echoes of things, but he can also summon the person, but those are two different things.
That's why I
Yeah.
specified the echo.
Yeah. Because yeah, it's the way, because he's summoning the echo, which is a classification of the hero, it would be the way he ideally would view that person, kind of thing,
Hmm.
within his limits. The whole like Shenron rules of like, I assume it's Shenron rules where he can't create an echo that's stronger than him.
Correct.
Yeah. And then that's also in general why Lance. It's more when he's in theory he could create hero weapons from lore, but they would still be within his limits.
Bingo.
Did I answer everything about that?
Yeah, for like that specific question, because I'm trying to like
Yeah.
pull to, because the other ones that I had kind of went back to what we were discussing with like more of the logistics side of running
Gotcha.
like tables and such.
Okay. I
So
guess there is a oh, go
yeah,
ahead.
go ahead.
Oh, just a follow up kind of thing is, I mean, it's the whole thing of like when Lance visited Evening Star. As since his adventures, he saw how he was viewed with the whole statue and everything, and the lore, in a way, became bigger than himself, as most legends and heroes become. The thing I'm kind of curious is like with Valis. I hope I pronounced that right.
Hmm.
Valis and then other people, like the doing a 1 level or 5th level campaign is also just me kind of like, yeah, I understand how impactful Lance's actions have become, but it's also that whole thing of like, I can't fathom how they view it, because it's like I'm so deep into like everything Lance is doing. Even as a player, I can't focus on like what people think, ironically, which makes him
No, I know what you mean.
better, yeah, at doing what he does, because he has a responsibility versus like caring about the appearances of a hero, which I guess reflects in the heroes he chooses. It'd be like one shot stuff for Winter. It's not like unless it expands as Silas or
Which it
Gandhi
could. Who
or
knows?
yeah, but it's only been one shot talks from my
Right.
understanding. So yeah, I'm curious to see how Valis is going to like be a reflection of Evening Star and Lance, and then other people as well.
I know I've been thinking over a lot on it just because kind of like how I have Star right now being mindful of actions that come up and how, for a lack of better terms, this is like where Star is on Vigilo. This is a lot of people's first interactions when talking about like the civilian side, because it is an inhabited world, of seeing some of the Sunder Kingdom's gods up close and actively being helped by the Sundered Kingdoms and everything. And so that's part of why I've been very, very mindful with how I want to try and do planning and how I want to uh like put forward motions, put forward ideas and stuff, because for a lack of better terms, Faye and I are kind of part of the faces of the divinity that comes from the Sundered Kingdoms. If we
Correct.
are violent and we show no mercy to basically anyone, that's going to cause Vigilo to see Sunder Kingdom divinity in a specific light, and will also cause a branching, because I do keep this in mind as well, of like Aphrodite Auraria, or the other faces and other, like, for lack of better terms, shards of the gods that like we know on this world, because
Right.
Aphrodite used to be represented as a war goddess, and specifically Sparta. Yeah, FFX. Vigilo will have an epithet of Star and Fae that the Sundered Kingdoms will have a different epithet of, or epithets. Same thing with Lance and the Breakers and everything. The way that we interact with a world and the way that we interact with even specific regions of people will cause, if we gain any followers from that area, a different facet to then be worshipped. And that's something that I do, yeah,
Absolutely.
that's something that I try to keep in mind as we're doing planning, because I have a specific morality that I have set up for Star, which leans into Star as like the VTuber. And in wartime, that morality is being pushed because it's the difference between what is necessary right now, what do I need to put aside for my own morality in order to be able to better protect the world that we're trying to take. And, maybe not turn the entire world into basically a molten global ball, because the whole reason why we need to take Vigilo is so that way we can, grab the world seed fragments from it and make a sort of Damocles. We can't do that if we ruin the entire world of Vigilo, by opening up
Woo!
a very large portal to the elemental plane of fire. Or, breaking everything by opening up an elemental portal to the plane of winds and like air and everything. Who would have
Yeah, I'm
remembered
kind
that idea?
of. Yeah, I'm kind of glad that Lance is the leader that doesn't make us use piety so often. It's like, wait. Because I can see how those kind of situations are like, we gotta fix up piety. We gotta patch this up.
I mean, at least we had the
Sorry, I just had
forethought to.
to.
At least we had the forethought with the whole elemental wind thing to try and look in the future first before actually doing it.
Yes, that was very good.
Oh boy. I don't know if Silas can answer this, because also I think if that with the Dark Below stuff, a lot of I think the people that would have worshipped us became hammers.
But that's
Not
still not.
exclusively, but yeah.
A
No,
lot of them.
yeah.
Not on the same. Yeah.
That actually does bring up a good question, though, of for the hammers that do actually worship the gods, depending on where they came from, do they worship different epithets? Like one hammer having an epithet of wartime versus another hammer having an epithet of I like farming or how their family was
Yeah.
specifically raised with it
Yeah.
because yeah.
Absolutely. Expression, interpretation, it's all free to, the individual. So some of them worship them for more mundane things, some of them worship them for things akin to their title.
Sometimes you're just called because you need to cross boundaries and borders, and so you call on the pacifistic
Yeah.
god of borders because, you're trying to escape or get in.
You want to know something stupid I just thought of?
Mm.
It's like, oh god, I don't know. I hope she picks up. I hope she picks up. I hope she picks up my. I hope she answers my call. I hope she says yes. I hope she wants to date me. It's like Lance is like, really, my guy, really? This is what you're calling me about?
Yep. You're going to get a lot of that too,
It's like, oh, I hope my. Oh wait, I just realized. Oh god. In a way, if I wanted, Lance could also be the Santa Claus of this world.
Yeah.
I mean,
Think
You
about
ain't
it.
wrong.
He knows when you're sleeping. He watches over everyone essentially. He can hear your hopes and prayers for like what you want for essentially whatever you want to call Christmas. He does give out gifts, and he tries to make them as personalized as possible. Just make the feathers into a beard.
Oh man.
With his teleportation, he could probably travel across the Sundered Kingdoms in a day.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, we're kind of like 80% there.
You kind of spitting right now. You kind of high key spitting right now.
And we've established, like, have you seen the things where everyone establishing that Santa is a god or an archfey with the ability to travel across the whole world in a day and all that stuff?
oh yeah.
So I mean, it's not too far off to say that like Lance could do that, like be the equivalent of
Yeah.
that for the Sundered Kingdoms. Hmm.
I did actually kind of have a thing more on like the like titles and stuff that the gods do have. Cause it does come up to one of those things like kind of pulling to Greek mythology again. Not many people would worship like Hephaestus because he is kind of more for people who do blacksmithing and such. The two gods that were worshipped throughout the entirety of like Greco-Roman era and the people that were taken over by invading like Grecians was Zeus because he is the king of the gods, so everyone defers to him, and also Aphrodite because she had two epithets specifically of being the people's goddess and then also just in general being the goddess of love. So one of the things that I have been thinking of is part of the reason why Lance might be advancing as a god and into like everything with being a greater god as well is everyone has hope about something. So even if you don't necessarily worship Lance, if you're praying for hope and you're in his like domain for lack of better terms, you'd still kind of be praying to him. He would end up being a god that would be well known just because of what his
Yep.
domain is. And then actually thinking about it, because Caecilius is just the god of protection, right? It's not specified.
Bingo. It's not protection in battle, it's just protection.
So that actually does have a lot of open-ended ways that you can think about it, because protection of family, like protection of emotions and other things like that. You could even have a mix with like Fae being the god of borders, protection, and what you could come up with on that too. Which I know not very likely because two separate parties, but it does call into question just how far you can kind of push it when you have something that is just as open-ended as a concept that you are a god of.
Oh,
More metaphysical
sorry.
concepts, yep.
Yep.
Yeah. There's an ability I haven't gotten to properly use yet, but Lance has the penitence stare
What?
from Ghost Rider.
Yeah.
He has that. He basically takes away your hope
Oh
and makes you
god.
live it through like mentally or psychologically, like go through a cycle of it, and you're just in it.
Question.
Oh my god, Sprinter.
I mean, to be fair, I was thinking that. I was thinking that and I was gonna
Oh
make
my
a
God.
joke of it and then I decided not to. But question then. When you were trying to intimidate someone, I think it was when you were still at Site Zero, why didn't you use that?
Oh, because with them, I know they probably are. Part of it is I need to know their hopes, and because they're paracausal, I'm like, this fucking thing doesn't have that kind of thing.
Do you know what? That's fair.
It works better with like mortals, is the thing, or
Mhm.
like, again, it's like it has a DC save, so I can't just use it willy nilly. But trust me, if it felt like I could, I would use it now. After the time skip, it's
Mhm.
just a lot of the things we're fighting is like I would need to probably either read their mind or spend piety to read their mind. But there is me and trust me, with the amount of time that I've been in this campaign, yeah, we don't fight mortals that often.
Yeah.
But me and Silas, at first, I think Silas intentionally did it, and I think he basically confirmed it. Is I didn't consider hope because I was just, or the your actions choose or determine your domains and stuff. It's also, this was just me playing Lance, trying to be like as good as he can be. It's just also, I think, you know he picks the domains for the characters, but he also picks the domains for the player to try and exemplify that. And
Yeah.
the whole thing is like, all right, we're just gonna give Alistair the most open-ended things and see what he can do with them.
More like I had a strong inclination that you would be able to utilize that domain better than anyone else I would give it to.
Oh yeah, I mean that's another way of putting it. It's just like, well, also because I'm gonna just say we have a lot of murder hobos. I don't think you could give hope to another person and be like, it's gonna be fine. If we're going again, this is the whole.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
The Lance rule is look at the rest of the people here. Who else can get it? And this is like, I guess it's Lance. Here we go. Because also, dear God, imagine anyone else in Convergence getting the domain of heroes and then seeing what they do with it. Because chances are you might just get a congratulations. You now have. This is the new god of heroes. He's now created a battalion of punishers. Do you really want that?
The god of hope.
Everyone's, and then her solution for everyone getting hopeful is just being really high.
I hope I can hit this doobie.
Yep. To keep the land, put this. Put it into your veins.
Oh,
my
you'll
God.
go to Chiquita Land, all right.
Oh boy. What
I
if
gotta
we
make
just?
those drugs. I gotta make those god level
Oh
drugs.
my God. Low level campaign. It's just in Chiquita Land and see if they can survive.
Oh God.
Oh my god. A
It's like,
school field trip to Chiquita Land.
look, you need to
It's
make a
like the
high
new
enough Constitution saving throw, or else you're going to be in a drug bender for the rest of this one shot. Good luck.
God.
cheese everywhere.
Oh no.
You know how like amusement parks have like the snacks that you can get? Fried dough, ice cream, you know, that's that type of shit. But
Yeah.
it's all cheese. Everything's cheese.
Oh dear God. Star, you're not allowed to go there.
Yeah, I was just about to make that joke that you cannot have me anywhere near Chiquita Land.
No.
I got the
I
lactose
don't trust you.
intolerant debuff.
I don't trust you.
Oh, not the cheese.
Just no, that cheese is even worse. But for Chiquita Land, I would not be surprised if the cheese is there. Despite Lance constantly
Yeah.
saying no,
Okay,
stop it.
wait, but the real important question is Chiquita Land a place where that would be like high end, or is that where it's oh, it's fucking everywhere, just take a shot at it?
She just said it was like carnival food
Oh God.
or state fair food. Yeah. She compared it to fried dough.
Cotton candy.
Oh God.
Oh God.
Chiquita,
it's
we can't
cheese.
give it to 2-year-olds who don't understand the concept of wishes.
Oh God, imagine a 2-year-old rolled in Nat 100.
Goo goo gaga.
Great.
Your Gorath would adopt the child.
Oh my God. All right. Anyways, low level adventurers, you need to save people from Chiquita Land. It is now Site Chiquita.
Site Chiquita. Oh no.
New SCP, Chiquita Land.
2-year-old summons another Taras.
I heard the stories and I thought that'd be cool to see. I've only been eating Tarrasque meat my whole life. I wondered what it looked like.
Dinosaurs.
It'd be fun with the dinosaurs.
I think the dinosaurs would be easier to wrangle.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Why do
would
I
be the equivalent. Tarask is like the equivalent. So like, you know how kids are like, oh my god, I love dinosaurs, velociraptors, T-Rex, Tarask.
Wait, that actually is kind of a good question. Because you mentioned that, if I remember correctly, that Tarask is like kind of in lockdown in the Sunder Kingdoms, right?
It's a constant.
Yep, we have it contained and are being used for harvesting.
Yeah, it's being used for harvesting. How many people actually know the food and stuff that they eat is from Tarask?
Oh yeah, we don't make it a secret.
Okay.
It's not
I was
hidden,
just about to say, because
Yeah,
if
no,
we're
no.
comparing it to like dinosaurs and stuff, how many people think that it's actually extinct but it's not?
I feel like in this
Majority
world
of people.
everything is fair
It's been
game.
so long since its last manifestation that people think it's just a legend at this point.
So they think its branding is just, yeah, get your Tarrasque meat here, get your falafel Tarrasque.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Are
Get
there
your Tarrasque
Tarask-
fries here.
Are there Tarask Dino? Like the equivalent of like Dino Nuggies, but it's Tarask?
Yes.
Yes!
Okay. Okay.
It's
Oh my
the
god,
same thing.
chicken nuggies. Chicken nuggies, but they're in the shape of Lance's head.
It's giving
Wait, wait, wait.
the unimpressed stare at you. I was like, stop it.
Breakers of Chains nuggies. It's just like one of the actual branded things, like the plushes.
Oh yeah, congratulations. There's now going to be a star plush, and
Oh yeah.
now you're gonna get one of those.
Wait, actually, hold on, because I got something from someone earlier today. Actually,
Oh god, I gotta figure out what I can. Well, when they get their forms, I gotta figure out what I do for Tom and Fair. Or yeah, Fair. I was gonna say Mix. I was like, no, that's the player.
speaking of
Donkeys.
plushies, I actually did get this morning.
Oh wait, I just realized. Yeah, we could make Breakers cereal, and then the toys you get are for the different gods for you to worship. You're like, ah, yeah.
Oh, I love
Yeah, I
it.
got Chiquita.
Where are we? Oh, okay.
So, technically, we could always bother the artist to make plushies for the break.
You don't under.
Yeah.
Well, they're not just. To be clear, they're not plushies per se. They're toys that can transform.
Ah,
So
it's not
this.
propaganda. It's branding.
Yeah, look, you're just like the gods. You got your own brand too. Ooh, goo, idea. We make temporary tattoos for the different brands for the gods.
Oh my god, like
That'd
the
actually
stickers.
be very fun.
Yeah, the
That would
stickers.
go hard.
I like that idea.
See, this is why you're not the leader. You got to think big. This is what Lance has been doing during the 1,000 years. Brand deals.
brand deals and a lot of math.
You don't, you don't understand also that with the invention of television and internet, essentially, Lance has also created like media. Because also remember, he's a bard. He's probably rich in some of the stories that are happening and being broadcast.
There's like music on the radio based on the fucking breakers and their adventures.
Yep. Ooh. I could do so many dumb things.
Wait, how many people, how many like charlatans out there are just like, yeah, I met the Breakers of Chains myself. They did this, and like try and be like, yeah, I got this cool scar because I was fighting with them.
Yeah, well, the thing is though, if they're an Evening Star, people probably can tell when they're lying.
I'm not saying in Evening Star. I'm saying
Yeah,
like
I know,
out,
but-
out
Stories?
traveling on the road and shit.
Yeah.
Imagine the stories that kids tell each other. You know, like when you're a little kid and you're always telling like those stories to one up your friends,
Mhm.
right? And they don't have to necessarily be the entire truth. You just make shit up. Like these kids are
hold on.
fucking telling each other on Aurora. They're like, oh my god, I met Silas Quint one time, and he trained me.
Is this Chad Lance or wait? I gotta. Let's not make the source visible just in case. I'm just like, which Lance is this? I'm like, wait.
Oh yeah, we never determined whether or not Chad Lance was safe for Twitch or not.
Yeah.
Chad Lance.
Okay, this is the bird one. Yeah, hold on. Check this shit out, baby.
My dad is a
Giga
hammer. He
Chad.
can beat up your dad.
Yeah, my dad is a hammer.
If anyone who's new doesn't know, hey, check it out. This is Lance.
Chad Lance. There
Chad
he is. The man.
Lance.
Yeah,
Totally
look at that.
accurate.
Look at that.
He's standing on the chimney.
He's standing on business is what he's standing on.
There we go. No, okay, yeah, we'll put him here. Okay. Thanks, Becca. That's so stupid. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Lance was not accurate. That's been reduced for modesty. Yeah, thank you.
Modesty facts.
Oh my god.
Is Lance
I mean, yeah, he's a
Tanuki now?
god. Well, Lance can transform, so anything is true.
Yeah, once again, Cloaca versus actual.
Oh no, please don't talk about Tanuki balls. PTSD from Lila.
Well, look, because it's basically a bonus action to alter self. It's don't worry, he has altered self for your pleasure.
Oh God.
Let's go.
And now we're
I
back
feel
to
epic.
now we're back to the god of protection for that kind of thing.
God of protection? Hold on. Wait a
Yeah.
second. He needs a whole brand of condom.
The most durable. It can take a beating, so you can too. Or a pounding, I should say. Bad wording. A pounding.
I got you right now. Castilius's Cumur castrum. Right. Because castrum is Latin for fortress.
The worry, though, is some people don't know what that means, and then they associate with castration.
Oh God.
That's what makes it interesting.
Oh, so he got the freaks then, one way or another. Look,
Oh,
he's
so
the god of.
does the Paycucks worship Castilius then?
Do you have a protection word?
Do they?
I don't know. Ask the god. I think he went into shock. You know what? I would accept being the god of consent. I mean, that's important too. Actually, I think you want to also be kind of like the god of freedom, also. So that means you're endorsing kinking or with no shame. Is he the god of freedom? I forget which one he got. Also,
Hold
Yeah.
yeah, protection
believe
and
so.
freedom. Yeah, he's the sex god then.
The god of safe consensual sex.
Oh, we could make some dumb shit with some of these. I really hate it here. Oh, you hate? No, I'm not gonna make that joke. Never. I'm gonna hold back. I'm gonna hold back. I'm gonna hold back. I'm gonna hold back.
Mods, put this man in a cage.
What kind of cage?
Wait, stop! You're only making him stronger. It's too powerful now.
Well, you know, I hear they got these really handy box springs that you can install under your bed. Perfect for stowage, you know?
Oh, uh, oh yeah, we never formally mentioned what the. I feel like since we're on this tangent, I don't know. Getty, are you cool with the name I suggested a while back of the brothel name for us?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Uh, because it is created by the god of hope and the god of balance, I suggested it just being something simple called I believe it was hope and harmony, but everyone shortens it to HO from hope and then HA from harmony. So then everyone says like, "Oh, I'm gonna get some hoo ha at the hoo ha." And then also because it's also going to be breakers themed, the and of hope and harmony is an ampersand. So because of the ampersand, it looks like it's a chain being broken also. You got to think about these kind of things. This is why
I
God
like that. I like that.
Lance does a lot of the branding for things. It's also why I
That's good
suggested
marketing.
like the breakers having like a logo for a a planet. We might need to redo it because of Thunder Kingdom's version. But the whole idea was it looks like a planet because we are the epoch, the new generation, all that, which would also be the Big Bang. But also so that it would look like a cosmos expanding, but also having it be a planet, and then the planet, its rings are actually of like chains being broken, kind of looking thing.
Ooh.
You have no
That's a
idea
vibe.
the things I've thought of. The 9 to 5 prequel. Hmm. Is it the 9 to 5 prequel or the 9 to 5 sequel? Ooh. You find ancient technology.
When you press upon its surface, one of its small extended portions depresses, and you hear a cha-ching.
I think
uh,
this activated a little bit of my hyperfixation with Greek mythology, though. Uh, Going back to like Castilius being the god of consent. So I promise this leads somewhere.
great. Lock into that. Yeah, go ahead.
So one of my favorite tales is the Tale of Medea, right? Do you know what the Tale of
Yep, yep.
Medea is? Yeah, yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, I've watched all the movies with Medea.
Me too.
I'm
They were
throwing
really
you.
good.
I'm throwing you out a window.
They were
You're going
funny.
straight out a window.
They went to jail one time.
Star didn't
Oh
know
no.
about Medea, so I was just making that joke to them. And they were so confused.
Tyler Perry is a blight on humanity.
Well, yes, I know he has to make the dark-skinned black man be the villain while the light-skinned one's the good one. And other things as well.
And he always got that weird light skin stare with the fucking wife beater on. He's
Yeah.
always a blue collar worker.
So, yeah, and then I gotta have the church scene and everything.
Always gotta have the church scene. Fucking Tyler Perry.
Yeah.
Fuck him.
I don't necessarily know that
Okay,
much
so
about
what's
him.
the hyperfixation about Medea?
So, Hera, god of marriage, right? One of the reasons why Medea killing her kids and like taking vengeance on Jason is specifically because Jason was a champion of Hera and had blessed his marriage with Medea, and because he broke his vows to Medea and broke his wedding vows, uh it actually was uh she actually was essentially blessed by the gods to take vengeance on him. What if Castilius does the same if someone breaks consent or like the promises of consent?
Oh, I actually talked about this with Silas before. Not this specific scenario, but yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you think about it, because we're gods, that's actually something we can worry about. Is when like our champions will break the divine oaths that they've made with us and the consequences that come after.
I mean, the easy version of this is what happens to a hero that breaks their vows.
Yeah, I know. I'm terrified of that.
God damn it, we have a Jason Todd on the run.
Not again.
Well, it's a Jason Todd. At least it's not a Punisher this time. I would take a Jason Todd
Dude,
any
true.
day over the fucking
It
Punisher.
could be absolute Batman.
Oh my
Oh
god.
god.
That thing is so fucked up. Why is it that
Absolute
he's made...
Batman is cursed.
Well, he's cursed, but then he has to be that to fight the things he has in that world. That fucking Joker with the baby suit. Like, what the fuck was that?
Absolute Batman goes crazy.
And then like fucking absolute Bane and shit. And it's just like he had like it's so fucked up. He has absolute Killer Croc as like a mount friend. And you're like, yeah, that makes sense. It also kills me that like as far as we can tell, absolute Green Arrow's still the same dude.
Right. But no, yeah, you're not off the mark there. There may be instances where your champions or agents may violate the sanctity of their oaths, and in doing so, there are consequences. I can't say if there is a universal consequence because violations vary and the severity of those violations vary. But I can say that there will almost always be consequences, for better or worse.
Yeah, well, for hammers, I also imagine actually now that I think about it, because I assume I'm sorry if I missed I skimmed over and didn't see it. I assume with the hero class, it kind of functions under paladin rules. If they,
Break those oaths, lose those powers, yes.
yep, okay,
Only that's the class related stuff. Hero blooded isn't something you can take away.
oh sure, that I understand.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
just,
yeah.
but if they're the hero class, it's like, yeah, you're about this life, motherfucker.
You either about it or you're not. As the
Yeah,
saying goes, ain't no such thing as halfway crooks.
yeah. Look, if Lance is about this life, guess what? You pick the hero where you're about this life. Uh,
Which, I mean, yeah, with how many levels I've put with Valis being in the hero class, he is absolutely about this life, which is why I've been halfly grilling you so much.
yeah, I know. Well, do you want to know? It it might still apply for. I haven't seen everything in all the sheets, but like I have an explanation if anyone becomes a warlock under and have Lance as their patron. I don't know if I told you. Have I told you that,
I
sir?
think I've brought it up with you because I'd come across something and then was asking you about it.
Yeah.
Or like talking with you about it.
This one I don't mind sharing because it's like if someone wants to use it for inspiration for a character for something. And I assume Silas is okay with me sharing this kind of thing. Um, is yeah. Guess what? You are someone who dreams of being a hero, but guess what? Your genetics have not blessed you in a way that you can be out there and do it safely or even feasibly. But you really want to be a hero that badly. And you call out to Lance to answer your prayers. And he is willing to help you, but you're still immortal. What he's about to bless you with, your body's probably not going to be able to handle it. So you
Ah,
you make a deal with him. Under the understanding is this is going to be power so you can be a hero. But just understand this is going to make you live a lot shorter of a life because eventually your body's going to give out.
So, an almost drawn out version of the chalice.
You could think of it that way, but the others don't know about the chalice and how it works.
That's why I was kind of being a little vague. But
Yeah. I was going to bring up the chalice.
yeah,
So.
the chalice.
Again, there's a reason he hasn't used it. Even though everyone's going, what the fuck is that chalice? When he said that's his greatest sin. Look, Lance can't always make the greatest sacrifice. Good thing he has a good amount of champions who understand the risks.
and probably a good amount of champions who would, without question, accept that risk.
Gladly take the sacrifice, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
To drink deep of the chalice of heroes, to be made of what composes a hero, if only for a short time.
It kills him that he made this thing, and he knows he can never use it himself. So he carries it both as an option and as a reminder. Am I making you cry again?
No, I'm just mostly thinking because, well, one, there is a lot of sad things that come with the responsibility of it. A lot of things that I've been trying to think over on, especially with how Valis will act. And thinking over a lot of the understanding because there is, as you've put it, like a lot that comes with being one of the chosen for being a hero. And a lot of what I at least aspire to do with Valis is showing the consequences of the world that you all have shaped as you've been part of Breakers and First Class and everything. I
Yeah.
kind of want Valis to be a direct result of this is the actions that you have put into the Sundered Kingdoms, and this is what
Mm,
you guys have helped create.
No, I love
okay.
that. I love that concept.
So that's part of the reason why I like kind of went so hard on like hero blooded being of the hero class, how that would shape the ideals, the culture of Evening Star, because Valis was raised in Evening Star, and how it had been shaped by Lance. And I wanted to have a lot of like the abilities and stuff that Valis can do reflect how Lance has put ideals out there and how he has acted. Because I know one of the things that I think about, especially with Star, is how I act now will shape the domain that Star takes on when fully like realized. And I really do want Valis to just be a direct result of everything that Lance has taken on and put out into the world. And it's really easy with how the hero class was set up to do that, because in every single like subclass of it, you can see how Lance has acted and how that has formed the abilities that are put into it.
I'm so glad you see it. I did it. I must have did a good job then. I'm very proud of
Absolutely.
that. I'm very proud of that. I take a lot of pride in that.
You very much made it hard to choose a subclass because I had originally went with the selfless hero, and I'm gonna be honest with how first class is set up with just Kraith existing. I can't reasonably do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could take it.
And then Valis just existing near him because both of them were originally going to like I was originally having Valis set up to essentially completely take Star's place, which isn't feasible because with how Kraith usually needs to be like less than half. Um Valis existing and having an aura that will heal Kraith because he was going to be a frontliner, and I changed that now. Uh, that doesn't work because then
Yeah,
Kraith's
no, I
abilities
get
Yeah.
will
you. Yeah.
work.
We got a bunch of masochists in fucking first class who have like bonuses at like certain HP thresholds. So they sit here and let themselves get beat on so they can get stronger.
Yeah.
Shen, Kraith, Jack.
Yup. So I was just like, you know what? We have way too many people who need to tank it. I can't be a frontline healer. So I changed it to the champion. And I was just like, you know what? Fuck it, sure. We'll just go with this one and see where it goes.
I mean, I mean, champion also just makes sense if you're trying to be the epitome of everything Lance has done.
Yeah.
Champion makes a lot of sense. So I mean, I could easily justify the others. For the question that Roger put in there, I would assume a good amount of it is public, aside from like the stuff that was on a need to know basis.
Yes. Deeds, acts of the breakers are widely shared and publicized, both on the part of the Yggdrasil Empire's propaganda and the Saint of Silver and his disciples of Gray.
Wait, they? Oh, wow.
Yes, they endorse and publicize you. So, yeah, they do indeed know. Though, as to they know that you contended with Asmodeus and that he no longer sits upon the throne of the nine hells. That's what the public knows.
Mm,
They don't know that the giant celestial coatl that flies around the orrery of the firmament is actually Asmodeus protecting you from exterior threats.
yeah. I wouldn't imagine that's a need to know.
That's very much need to know because
Yeah.
in many ways, Asmodeus is one of the Sundered Kingdom's secret weapons.
Yeah. You can see it, you just don't know what the fuck that is.
Yeah, I've actually made mention of it in a few little offhand things where it's like rumors speak of a giant white winged serpent that you can sometimes catch in the skies,
Yeah.
but nobody's ever substantiated the claim.
Oh, wait a minute. I just realized Lance can also just make legends and lore, and people would just eat it up and just spread it around easy enough.
Yes. Yes, he could. See, there's some really interesting, unique ways you can apply your various domains if you have the right tools
Yeah. Well,
and you're willing to be a little creative.
There's stuff we've talked about, and
Yeah.
But-
In the case of you, yeah, we have already got like so many like ingredients in the pot.
yeah, well, because let's just say even the stuff that isn't god based, I'm like I can do counter programming against the that fuck that was talking shit about us.
Oh yeah, Arthur Johns. I'm actually
Yeah.
in the midst of setting up another one of his ex.
Yeah, of course there is. Yeah, motherfucker.
Especially now that apparently Erebus is in open conflict with the Yggdrasil Empire. Yes, the fields of attrition are at war once again.
Of course. Silas, I do have a question. Is Operation Captain Erebus going to happen sometime?
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Right now it's not really something I can just like pull out because you guys are in the temple and first class is off world. But yeah, it's in the works. It's
Yeah,
very
okay,
much
cool.
like when the time is appropriate, you guys will hear about a good old Captain Erebus.
Yeah, I don't need necessarily like it to happen immediately. Just more of like it's in the background, right?
Yeah, it definitely
Okay.
is. It definitely
Cool.
is.
Cool.
A lot of the ideas you guys have put forward are still very much the cogs are turning in the background. I just don't want to distract you when you have a lot in front of your face right now.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
It's just you also know how much there is for me in the background. It's like, yeah, okay, we need to.
Yeah.
I need to double check on some of these things. I got multiple plates. Also, since Renter's here, it's like, man, you kept telling me like, yeah, if you ever need to get tired, like you're a little burnt out on Lance, just do another character. No. That just means I have to play another character with Lance also be conferred to because he's still the leader. There's no out. There's like, what are you talking about? It's gonna be me. I'm still probably gonna have to create a leader character if Star didn't join, where I would be saying, oh, hold on, let me check with Lance to see what he thinks. So what we're gonna do is have me, even though I'm not the DM, have a talk with myself as my player
you
character
answering to
and
yourself
Lance.
as you facilitate to your party.
Do I authorize these actions? I guess so, yes. Even though I have to play it out every time. It's like, and they would probably make me play it out every time. It's like, what'd he say? No. Go into detail. What did he say? I'm like, you assholes. No. All right, hold on. Let me play through.
That you don't ever have to actually stop helping build this world. It's never gonna stop. That's the whole thing about the campaigns is that the like particular campaign in question may come to an end. The story doesn't. Like I designed the world to be radiant, to be like ever changing, ever moving. So long as that's the case, there will always be a small or major campaign that I can run. And you know how I treat my players. Your actions shape the world. So there is
Oh,
never an ending to world building, truly.
yeah. Also, even if you're not playing in any campaigns, you're still. I'm still gonna call him
Yeah,
Jerry.
who
Fucking.
who do you think I'm gonna call when somebody wants to make a prayer to the god of protection for aid or advice or guidance? That's gonna be you. The
I
same way I try
mean,
to call on Jute whenever Mist needs to make an appearance.
like you, even if you stop playing at the table, like you could still be like, "Yo, I want my characters to be doing this."
Yeah,
You
I was
know,
gonna.
you could be doing that
Yeah.
right now. You could be like, you could tell Silas a suggestion of something you want to do with one of your many characters, and he'd probably do it. Probably
The
do
unlikely
it.
few kind of situation.
Yeah, Seven Saviors and the Unlikely Few were still very much operating in the world while you guys were still playing. Well, we're just starting to play. So, like, things they would do would influence. I mean, Lance literally watched Snorri ascend to godhood without even realizing it.
Did I nat 20 on that? I forget. I think I did.
Yeah, you did.
I was like, yeah. Hey, can I figure out what's going on? Yeah, sure, go for it. Oh, oh, oh no.
That was one of the first few times it started becoming a regular bit that you would always roll nat 20s when it came to inciting into the otherworldly, uncanny, or like Lovecraftian.
Yeah. Maybe it's not even infusing remembrance with all that piety that calls to become paracausal. Maybe it's just like osmosis
Almost like you were
paracausal.
it's like almost like you were always paracausal. It
Yeah, you're gonna
just
give
was
me a.
What
latent.
the flip?
If you tell me about that, Lance, like, just because he read all that stuff in the books, it got in his brain, so he's always been thinking about these things. I'd be like, yeah, okay, here we go.
Can you have
For being all
paracausal
along.
abilities without actually being paracausal yourself?
What was that, Star?
Can you have paracausal abilities without actually being paracausal yourself?
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, in theory, like, if you're a Denarian, if you eat something with paracausal element, like a paracausal god, you would then have paracausal abilities.
Where do you think Silas got some of his?
Yeah. Also, what are you talking about? You still never told anyone that in game. Which part? I don't know what that's in reference to.
Is it? Um, I mean, that was sent like immediately after, like watching Snorri ascend to godhood.
Oh, then Snorri. No one believed me. Everyone was just like, well, because no one else got the rolled high enough to get fear in like instilled in them. Because it's like, what the fuck am I think I basically tried to tell everyone. It's like, I don't know what happened. I think a god, something happened. Don't know the details. It was like him stammering through it, and everyone was like, "What you talking about, dude? It's a thunderstorm."
Chiquita was like, "Did I do drugs?"
Yeah. Oh yeah, because like the sky shattered.
Yeah, they saw the sky shatter and the strange like manifestations in the sky, but you were the only one who rolled high enough to actually see what the fuck was happening.
I
The scene unfolding in that fracture in the sky.
rolled high enough for that. I rolled high enough. I think I rolled high enough for wasn't when we were on the boat and then the Scarlet King was trying to contact us. I rolled high enough for fucking was it? It's not Tiamat. Who is the Denari or is it Denarian that eats the other Denarians? I forget.
Lalamet?
Lalamet. Didn't I realize that like we were very close to her home or something when we were traveling like around that area? like wasn't it Lalamet was like just flew overhead of us and like, oh shit, we could have died.
Yeah. You saw Lalamet fly overhead, but you didn't. It wasn't her. It wasn't her base that you guys stumbled upon. You just saw her fly overhead, and the possibility of her deciding to just breathe fire upon the ship that you were currently riding upon would have been catastrophic.
Yeah.
Thankfully, she completely ignored you and kept flying.
The amount of times where it's like, oh yeah, I got a nat 20 on religion / insight. It's like, oh god. Fun
Yes,
times.
because of the singular amber eye.
Yeah, I wonder who that was.
No, the only one idiot decided to return the call in the boat.
You know how Lance was the only person who could become the leader? I remember when Medi was just like, yeah, it had to be you. It had to be John. Because look at the rest of the party. There's no way they were going to join with him. No way Lance would. Why would Kaifus? I don't see why Chiquita would either. Not Kaz. Not even Isla. Had to be John.
Yeah, Cheetah. Nah.
That and John's particular personality type was literally ideal targeting for the Scarlet King. So
I mean,
he worked the angle.
an emo teenager? Yeah. Yeah, okay, see, he says it too, except with angry instead of emo.
Yep. Truth. Angst, rage, resentment, regret, despair. Those are the things that the Scarlet King likes to tap on when he finds a potential.
That's my Sasuke. Tatabayo.
Not the Date Bayo. No.
Yeah, towards the gods, yeah. Also, I didn't know your character. You motherfucker also is like, this is my backstory. Anyways, because he's that character, he's never going to tell anyone else. Meanwhile, God, the amount of times that people become traitors and Lance is literally, just talk to Lance. He will help you with your goals. You don't have to work with them. He will actively help you. Just don't sign the contract. Why are you signing the contract? Why are you doing it with your own blood? Why are you smiling? It's happened like 3 or 4 times now at this point.
Bro's like, well, here I go redeeming again.
Oh my god. Because it's happened with John, it's happened with Cam. We can say Athena has also been that now at this point.
Yep.
Those are the main 3. Any of Tranquil's fucking characters that we've ever dealt with. That's 4. Yeah, those are the big 4. This happened way too often for Lance's liking.
No, yeah, you know it's bad when a person literally has every single one of their characters end up inevitably playing a traitor.
I just wish people would listen to me. I was like, hey, guys, I think this is a bad idea. Guys, I think this is gonna turn out okay. Well, great. Okay, no. Okay, great. Who could have foreseen this? At this point, I feel like Lance should be like, look, we've already gone through the song and dance. If you're gonna just portray us, tell us now so I can kill you. Yeah, it's not the specific call out was not for you, Veringer. It's for fuckface. I swear that's only because you said Tranquil's name did I remember it. Every other time I just say fuckface because I can't be bothered to remember his name. He's not worth the mental capacity for me. Okay. Oh, before I forget, you said there was like still like I'm guessing 3 other questions before we like, because we are running
Yeah.
for quite a bit. So I just want to make sure if you
I'm
want to ask
getting
them still.
EP.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I kind of
Um,
figured, so I don't want to keep you here forever.
one of the questions that I had thought of was for like new DMs and stuff. How do you in a living world keep track of like NPCs doing things in the background, like keeping track of their stats? Because if they are doing things in the background, obviously they're gaining experience, they're doing other things like that. Do they level up in their own time? Do they like level up at the same time as the parties? That way things are kind of on even ground depending on like what they're doing. Like I don't imagine like Cloud Strife necessarily being on the same level as like, like what we brought up before with Delilah.
I will let the convergence DMs go first since mine's a lot more loosey goosey.
Fair enough. Okay. So what I generally do, um, is, I guess to put it simply, I make very anchored in their motivation NPCs, like very characters that are very driven by a specific purpose, goal, whatever, right? And operating under that particular facet, right, is how they spend a lot of their idle time relative to any other outstanding responsibilities that character may have, right? In the case of someone like Cloud, right, he, as it stands, based off of the particular variant of Cloud that I'm drawing from, has reached, I wouldn't say the apex of his strength, but very close to it. There's not really much way in the department of stats that's going to be changing. Perhaps he gains more techniques taught by others or party members. Perhaps he gains items that further enhance what he already can do. But in terms of like numerical growth, he's pretty much done, right? I design him to be like set and forget, work straight out the box, little input. But then you have characters kind of like Frederick, right? Who has started off essentially with the stats of a simulacrum. Okay. Um, when it comes to growth with characters like that, I have a finite limit to what they can attain on their own, right? In their own downtime, and what they can do, right? And then I factor in affiliations, resources, and ingratiation, like how much a particular character would be, uh, I guess, compelled, right, to do a particular favor, impart a particular gift, teach a particular skill to another character, right? And then from there, time, you know, time is the biggest factor because nothing happens instantaneously, right? So depending on how realistic the average length of time it would take for a particular person to learn something, I kind of apply that kind of analog. So you won't see NPCs like gaining massive spikes in stats unless they did something drastic, like Vincent becoming a completely different kind of Denarian from what he originally was. When you guys find out exactly what he did, it's gonna be like, oh dear. Yeah. But
Or
that's
kind
something drastic, something
of,
significant. And changes like that aren't common.
like Godfall.
Precisely. Godfall, another perfect example. When that happened, in the chaos of it, there were opportunists. Like, there are a reason why certain gods never really made an appearance in later portions of the campaign. What's an example? What's his name? What's his name? It escapes me. The Martyr God. Hold on a second.
The murder god.
Ilmater. Here we go. Pardon me.
Oh.
Ilmater. Yeah, the reason why you haven't seen Ilmater since ever. Tiamat killed the shit out of him when he sacrificed himself so others could escape. So in that chaos, some gods were killed by other gods, had their power stolen or absconded with. Some of them went into hiding. There are still gods that are like literally perfectly fine. Since Godfall took place, nothing happened to them because they went into hiding. They kept a low profile and stayed out of harm's way. Ever wonder what happened to Mask, God of Thieves? He's been around. He didn't go anywhere. If you want your PC to get strong super fast, you could always betray your party to the BBG and be taken by an abusive father figure to be his lackey for a quarter of a decade. Got to level 4 to 20 in that one session. So true. Nicodemus is he's an alluring fellow. He can offer you quite a bit of power if you're willing to submit.
I just realized the Sasuke thing is applying way more now that you had your Orochimaru situation.
Yeah, literally. Nicodemus was his Orochimaru. It was so bad.
And
The sound 5 were the fucking hand of black.
I did talk no jutsu my way out of some things. I guess, and then getting.
Wait, does that make the Akatsuki the princes of the Scarlet King?
If we keep going down this rabbit hole, yes. Oh wait, does that mean that the Scarlet King is not the big bad, and then we're gonna get this other big bad that was not revealed until the last fucking 10 chapters of the manga?
Oh, you mean
Oh, great.
Abraxas? Child of Stars? The one that's
Yeah.
been
God.
lightly hinted at for the last few years, but never really expanded upon until recently.
Oh wait, god damn it! That means that Lance, at a certain point at the final fight, is gonna use his own version of Sexy no Jutsu to distract the Children of the Stars.
Yup, and it's gonna work.
She's seen all the jutsus possible. She can't be surprised by anything. What's this dumb shit? Oh god.
Plot, absolutely trash. But the fight, holy shit, was that sick.
No, that was a fun part. I just, my brain was just going, what the fuck is this reveal? What the fuck is this?
I'm of the same opinion. This is the exact reason why I can't, for the fucking life of me, even look in the direction of Boruto. Because it went from being about politics and ninjas to fucking aliens. How? Where did this come from?
How did that happen? Wait, what?
Brother, what do you think the fucking karma seals are and all that other crazy shit with the what's his name? The Otsutsuki. Yeah. The Otsutsuki, those guys. Those guys who are like all white with the horns and they got like black makeup on. Those motherfuckers are aliens, brother. Yeah. And they're where fucking ninjutsu came from. I'm not even kidding. It's crazy. It's ridiculous. I can't.
Look, I barely got through Shippuden by the end of it. Because also like the whole thing with also like your children are literally just clones of you. I was like, this is not how that
Oh,
works in any sense. Not genetics, not like nature versus nurture, not any of this bullshit. What do you mean they look identical to you, except possibly like they picked up some genetic features of the other person?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
That pissed me so off. I hate when shonen's trying to show you what the love pairings are, and I'm like, these are garbage. You don't actually know what love is.
real.
Fucking, and it's like, well, we couldn't be bothered to figure out who Choji or fucking guy or listen, it's not Mike guy. Lee fucking fell in love with, but you see their fucking children looking exactly like them.
We don't talk about it. All right, we don't talk about it.
Also, God, as much as I have a soft spot for it in my heart, write better female characters. Stop making them be like the most throwaway ever.
Yeah, man, the Sakura problem. Don't even
The
get me started
Sakura,
with
the
the Sakura
1010, the
problem.
Hinata, it's all of the females.
It's like, why did you? Who? Like, what the fuck? Incel Garbo is this, man?
It's like,
Like, what
fucking
is
goddamn it.
this?
That could have been so cool. She could have been style switching with stuff.
Facts. Or like Sakura actually being able to put the pause on a motherfucker. Like
You made her
actually being
the
able to put the
disciple of
pause on a
Tsunade,
motherfucker.
and Tsunade was cool until we just went like, nah, we gotta nerf her.
Oh, whatever though.
Yeah. Okay. We that's a rant. We can go on for a while.
Yeah. I got my beef with
There's a
the
lot of
big
look.
three.
Yeah, they all have their problems.
Yep. But what's the next question you got on the docket,
Yeah.
Star?
Before Gandhi passes out, or has already.
She's just chilling.
Okay. I don't want to keep her too long.
What helps you choose, like, what sparks creative ideas or like helps you choose what arc you will be putting your party through for like the next bit?
Oh.
So like going from the previous arc to the Great Genesis or the previous arc to Remnants, like even just campaign at large. I know with like Thunder Kingdom specifically, it's also like combination with like Medi too.
Really? It's simple. The hero's journey. It always comes back to the hero's journey. It will always come back to the hero's journey.
Let me off this journey,
Because
please.
it's what literally inspired me to get into creative writing in the first place. As cheesy as this may sound, as cliche as it may sound, Berserk. The cyclical process of the hero's journey and how it impacts the one who takes it. How one can go from being one person to a completely different person by the end of that journey, for better or worse, and the commentary that it has on particular characters. I name the arcs more ironically, in a sense, than anything. Kind of a satirization of what I had in mind when I went into it. So, Grudges and Regrets was about a lot of the grievances that people had, both inter-party, external party, like interworld. Grudges and Regrets composed a lot of conflict, a lot of conflict. And the Great Genesis, well, what's Genesis? Creation of something new, right? Well, the astral collapse has come to a close. The Sunder Kingdoms has been restored to the prime material, and the gods are walking the world actively, once again, to help protect and aid it. I'd say that's the start to something new. How that looks at the end of it all depends on the party. Like I said, it always comes back to hero's journey. Even each arc is a cycle of the hero's journey. And the tone shifts depending on how the players engage with it. So if you notice that the campaign seems to have a particularly dark tone, well, that's because the party has been leading it that way. I don't generally influence how things go out. I provide the continuity, the flow of events, the logical results of certain actions, ripples, and the like. But like the players really shape how that arc goes. Truly, I have a number of objectives or conditions, you might say, that they must achieve across the campaign, but there is no lock solid set of rails. I've learned to do away with that after, I want to say, the new epoch. I was able to learn how to completely walk away from needing to use rails in any meaningful capacity because I learned how to start kind of driving the narrative through the party's actions and letting their actions shape how things proceed. Yeah, there is a finish line, but how they get there is completely up to them. What it looks like to that point, what it looks like after that point is completely up to them. That's why the world was able to end twice and the campaign still kept going. You see what I mean?
Mhm.
Because the end isn't necessarily the end. Death isn't even the end. You die. I have plans for potential like afterlife campaigns where you could potentially come back from the dead to the world of the living again. You might not be the same person. You might not have the same abilities, but you can come back from the dead. See? So it's like it's not really a matter of what creatively inspires me. If anything, the party inspires me. Well,
Oh no.
technically, if you want to consider the first ending was when the regicide invaded the world before the astral collapse, because the damage, like you guys didn't really get to see it, nor did you really pay much attention to the logistic, the social, the material harm that that invasion imparted. Like entire cities were wiped out, entire populations, hundreds of thousands of people were genocided in a couple of days, like 2 weeks.
I was gonna say
A 2 week genocide. Yeah.
we
So
were not there for that long.
yeah, it wasn't that long. It was about 2 weeks. In total, they came in, the initial assault began, then they dropped the world breaker bomb, and then it took you guys about a week to end it. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I
That
think
was like if it wasn't a literal apocalypse in that the world was completely destroyed, it was a complete and utter collapse of social stability. And that's why the Sundered Kingdoms had such an easy time just dispatching massive fleets across the entirety of the Forgotten Realms and stepping in. There wasn't really much to fight back. And in many instances, people looked for the protection and relief from the fucking horrible shit they were being subjected to. Condition, starvation sucks, bro. Like I said, nothing galvanizes a people more than starvation. That said, yeah, pretty much the party shapes how things go about. It's not a matter of what I feel creatively inspires me, aside from seeing what the party does with what they're faced with. The party inspires me. Yeah. If anything, the party is what inspires me. Their choices, their actions, their dispositions, the kind of characters and the influence they want to have on the world directly shape what kind of campaign they face. So while yeah, it's grim dark. It's grim dark because there are so many heavy dark themes. It's not grim dark because it's impossible. It's grim dark because it's painfully realistic. People will die because you fail to do certain things. People will suffer because you didn't know certain things. And can you save them? Maybe, but it's not going to happen on its own. The Tarnished didn't become Elden Lord sitting around.
I don't know if this question was also for for me, Star, or if it was
Yeah.
mostly for the. Oh, yeah, mine's easy. I don't think I answered the other one, but the thing for me is just like, what makes me giggle when I think about like, I'm gonna make them go through this, and then we go from there.
That was the same giggle you had
Um,
from Miriam's house.
yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Look, I follow the same rule of DMing as I do for writing in general. Is I need to. It doesn't matter if it's contrived or people can see right through what's happening. I want to be excited by what I'm gonna do next. And then you're along for the ride for that part. We're gonna figure out how we get there together. It's still gonna be collaborative. It's just like you can try and get off the ride. The ride is still in motion. It's just you don't realize the floor is the ride. It's not just you're not even if you get out of the seat, you're still in the ride. Let's put it that way. Guess what?
I
Just
get what you mean
because
though.
Mhm.
Kind of like I get what you mean though. You kind of like you're inspired with an idea, situation, circumstance,
Yeah.
and that becomes like the focus for that particular session, for
Yeah.
example.
Yeah, sometimes your players decide, yeah, the peacocks are going to be a full fucking session, and you're like, all right, here we
Oh
go then.
God.
Look, if you're gonna be so hyper focused on these guys, I'm like, all right, bet, here we go. I, because also remember, I'm an improviser. You can't put the fear of like threats to me. I can get weirder than you can. Like you may try and stab me with a knife. I'm gonna just slide in and get closer to you, and like now we're stuck together.
Like if they stab you with a knife, you just slide in close.
Yeah,
You're inside of me now.
Dear God.
I wanted this. Thank you. But yeah, I don't know. It's my inspiration just comes from a lot of it is like, oh, that's an idea I haven't had before. Let's see if I can make this into something. Is that how they pray to Castile? Is that what you're telling us, Renter? He does have the lance or the spear as his weapon. Protection in one hand, range piercing with the other. You get the best
And
of
it's not
both
just
worlds.
any spear; it's a pile bunker spear.
Oh, you got to grip yourself then. Got it. the, the earth is gonna shake with this one. Uh. Oh yeah, that was like a long time ago. But like, oh yeah, right. Everyone was like, "Hey, Gus, can you just make everything explode on impact?" Because Kaz also had that. Because if what's it called? But also, sorry, if you have like a specific question for like an arc or thing I've done in 9 to 5, or just in general with stuff, or like with Lance, I could tell you like this is my thought process.
I mean, yeah. I don't necessarily have too many specifics just because the ones that I would want to ask are kind of active right now in 9 to 5. So you wouldn't be able to give me any answers anyway.
Yeah, probably not. That's the other thing is like, yeah, the development of people leveling up. For that, it's that one's vibes honestly, because like I don't try and because we're not doing epic level stuff. I'm trying to give the level up sparingly,
Hmm.
and then so it's merit
Oh, yeah.
based, which also means the enemies have to do something drastic, or you have to leave them to their own devices long enough that like, guess what? They leveled up, stupid. Guess what? Kyle now can reproduce by budding.
God, no, please.
No.
Just imagine like a little cluster, like a
Ugh.
swarm of mini Kyles crawling on the wall.
No. You want to make it
Kyle,
worse?
but he's the way he gets created new ones. It's the pimple doctor, and he pushes out a Kyle from.
Not Dr. Pimple Popper.
I think that is actually worse than what I was thinking, because what I was thinking was, you know how spiders will carry like their live babies, and if you like, or if like they're heavily pregnant and they haven't like given birth yet, and you squish them, the babies like explode out. That's what I was thinking.
Well, that's what that was going to be the roach metaphor. It's like, yeah, he wants to get stepped on, so then the babies
Bro
can move.
lifts
Yeah.
his
I
work shirt and they just swarm out.
I don't like comparing him to a roach anymore because of how roaches reproduce.
You said it. That's on you. That you
Yeah,
literally gave me the inspiration.
I know. I hate this.
Yeah. Yeah. So the thing is, you're to see with my ideas. Also, it's like I can tell you. It's just you're probably not gonna like where it comes from because it's just like, oh yeah, if you ask me questions, I'm gonna start thinking, and then the thinking leads to new ideas.
I don't even
That's
have
that
to
simple.
ask you questions. Sometimes I just say something like, "Oh, well, this thing," and then you're like, "Oh, I have an idea now," and I'm like, "No, that you weren't supposed to," or
Yeah, well, you
or
ask questions and then you get
we weren't
answers.
even discussing with you, me and Becca. We were just like talking out loud, and then you're like, "Oh, I've got an idea," and I'm
If
like,
you are going to
"No."
leave, Rinder, have a good night
Yeah,
and good
have
luck with
a
your studies.
good night. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Take it easy, Ryan.
what's it called? Yeah, I mean, yeah, the whole centaur in a zoo. That was them talking, and I was like, look, you brought it up. I don't know what to tell you.
We were just talking and discussing, like we were
You
discussing
brought
specifically
up
Carrie.
fucking Kieran.
Yeah.
Kyron. Guess what?
Like
She said 9 to 5. My brain is thinking about 9 to 5.
Becca and I were just like talking about it because I brought up like what she would probably have wanted to do, and since she hasn't been in the campaign for so long, I was like, hey, like you didn't necessarily get a chance to actually develop this character. Let's talk about it. Because I just got invited to like be on Becca's stream, so I was like, hey, let's just talk, and we got
I
onto
wanted to
that
talk about.
subject, and then fucking Alistair comes in and it's just like, oh hey, great idea, gonna yoink that. Now we have Steve like Datura.
Right now it's just Steve Dator, but we can make Light his middle name.
Oh god.
But yeah, I mean, like, look, you can't blame me when I don't remember the exact like line. But originally, I was just thinking like, what if a centaur? Like, I was thinking about horse races, and then it's like, well, just get rid of the jockey because then you have to pay for less things. So you just get a centaur for centaur races, and then it just made me think about like the inequality of the races. And then guess what? Other stuff happened, and then Becca, I'm gonna point to you. I did not come up with the zoo thing until Becca was like, no, it's more interesting if it gets more fucked up with the thought process. I was like, all right, bet.
Not even considering them human because they're half horse.
Yeah, that's the thing. Becca was
uh,
suggesting things like making it where they forget how to speak,
Oh,
so they're
Lord.
less human, or giving a bridle so they can't talk.
Oh yeah, it was
Like
the
that's
bridal thing.
Yeah, and I was like, I didn't go there, and then you still, but Becca kept going, but it's more interesting. And I was like, all right, motherfucker, here we go then. This is the Kyle situation again. I can come up with fucked up shit, but but I know to hold back because I know not everyone can handle where I go, and then all of you go, no, 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 this is the way it should be, and I'm
More.
like, congrats. What you say?
More.
More, yeah, pretty much. Well, because and then like I was telling Star before we started this is the whole thing of like, congrats, motherfuckers. Just because there's a Kyle doesn't mean he's the only kind of person that's like Kyle. There's other weirdos and freaks that are going to have the severity, and then the paycocks come up.
Do we have? I promise this is like related. Do we have a 1-to-1 for 4chan?
Yeah, I just
Oh,
don't.
we
We
need
don't have a
one.
name for it. Yeah.
We need a name for it.
Because I'm gonna be honest, I'm pretty sure Kyle probably spent, if he had any off time, on that.
I had an idea. It's called. It became a website that was a play off Vicious Mockery. And then what they call it is Six Mock, and then it also sounds like sick fuck. So it's six mock, because the VI from Vicious Mockery, or the Vicious. So that's where the six come from, and then mock as a shorthand. Unless someone has something else, that's what I came up on the spot.
That sounds good to me.
I already added it to the list.
All right. I need to copy and paste yours to make sure it lines up with mine
Yeah.
later.
Later.
Okay. Let's try and make this end before the 5 hour mark. Well, you only have one more question, right?
Yes. So this one kind of ties back to the beginning of stream as well when we were talking about NPCs. Uh, this almost feels a little bit more in wheelhouse for like 9 to 5 as well, of like how do you adapt the NPCs to the players as they interact with your world? Because I know, like, especially a lot of beginning DMs will rely more heavily on modules, and only
Oh,
sometimes will they have like pre-written answers and stuff. But how do you try and embody that NPC, especially if you're going off of like little to no information on their personality or how they would react to certain situations?
improv, baby.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
honestly.
yeah.
Source material, improv,
Uh,
reading a lot of books and meeting a lot of different kinds of people. So you can kind of get a different feel for different kinds of personality types and the like.
I guess to go more in depth with my answer, I've never actually done a module. I've been in DMs doing modules. I've never done a module myself. I've done everything has been like made up by me. Like, of course, I'm pulling the monsters or stuff from the 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 handbooks and
Right.
stuff, but a lot of it has been like, I don't want to do something someone else made, so I'm gonna just do it how I feel. And
Right.
when I started out, that came with some mixed results because I gave too much player agency. Um, but the way I do NPCs is okay. What do they need to do in this specific role, and then go from there. Or okay, what have I not done recently to give them a specific identity? Because you don't want to just keep going to the same like uh source at the same time. And usually the thing I find is also with like improv is don't try and force a defining characteristic to the NPC. The distinguishing characteristic that is going to be there forever is the thing that the players notice first. So even if you try and give them
Yes.
like an accent that is interesting, if they don't latch onto that, you don't have to worry about the accent that badly. You still gotta like ballpark it still, but if it like fluctuates, it's not gonna be the end of the world unless they point it out, and then you could like lean into it. And then guess what? The NPC's thing is now is like he's trying to do an accent. That's how we got some of the people. That's how we got some of the birds. From the bird mafia. And it's just like you gotta learn. Again, you can't railroad themselves the players, and you don't want to railroad yourself. Is basically how I would put it. Is just like
Absolutely.
uh
Don't put
again
yourself in a box.
pretty much. And like I think domain might be a bit harder in a sense, but the way I view it is if I have an idea for anything, I make sure it can apply to basically anywhere the players go. Like pulling away from the thing is just like Yeah, it doesn't matter if you go to the tavern, the bank, or any other establishment. This character's still going to technically appear here. It's just going to be a variation on them. And then if you try and visit all three, well, fuck me. Here we go. Improv skills activate.
Yeah.
Guess what? I was kind of doing that when we decided to have 3 split the parties. I was like, oh, we're doing all 3. I thought you were going to visit 1 together. Okay, here we go, baby. I'm getting a little delirious at that, but that's besides the point. Is just unless you're making everyone be from the same family, just try and vary up your NPCs. That's it. Make your world
Yeah,
interesting.
I can agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. With like domain, I don't necessarily have to worry about like NPCs or anything because kind
Yeah.
of I'm gonna say it mostly just because I don't think any of my players are here or anything, but like kind of the whole point
I
of
would, yeah.
it's not like I haven't run domain and it's not like it's not public on my VODs channel.
Yeah.
But
also I'm just thinking it's super late at night, so I would hope
Yeah.
they're in bed.
God, I would hope so. But yeah, no, it's more of like the whole point of domain isn't necessarily the actual plot of like, oh, there's a bunch of children missing. There's this village called Ilmater's Hope that's like is in absolute shambles and you have the chance of helping it. It's more of as soon as you enter into the Dead Pines, your party has now become completely secluded and the entire story is about character choice and how you face your fears. It is an intense mirror of the party. So the energy that you put out into the world is intensely reflected back into the party itself. The environment will change based on how you treat it.
Without knowing all the details, I was like, yeah, this is very atmospheric based. So it kind of just like the blanks are already kind of filled in preemptively.
Because it's literally the entire time I will state to the party, you get the stuff you need from Ilmanter's Hope before you step into the Dead Pines, because as soon as you walk in, you will not see another soul or basically town until you step back through those gates. Because the whole point is how far an endurance run, how far can you be pushed before your character breaks?
Right.
So I'm not necessarily worried about that for like NPCs or anything, but
yeah, you're gonna be fine.
Yeah, for like the Deter Institute specifically, that is way more character driven because every statement is a person that is behind that statement, and there is essentially an unwritten rule in specifically the Magnus Archives that is broken in the Magnus Protocol, the sequel of Magnus Archives, where every single statement was given by the person who experienced it. So they had to be alive and they had to live through their experience long enough to be able to report it to the Magnus Institute. So that is every single statement written from a different character voice, written from a different person. Or sometimes you get fucked and it's the same person being tormented by like 3 or 4, all of the different fears. And having to really kind of focus on that character voice for it.
All these records are just different times. These Datura agents just kept bothering me.
Now, I kind of twisted it a little bit just because I wanted to see what would happen if there was a little bit more direct action that was taken.
Yeah.
But if we're talking like Jonah Magnus slash Elias Bouchard, the original owner that Star had deposed of, he was very much he put into action some of the things that did happen, and he was a direct consequence of some of the actions of John. But For the most part, he kind of actually just sat back and just pulled strings sometimes to be able to make John face each of the fears to bring about the apocalypse.
Woo.
And that very much plays into the fact that he is a follower and is an avatar of the Eye. Because the Eye, the whole epitome of it is it watches, but it does not understand. So it sees everything, it voyeurs on your fear, but it doesn't have the full comprehension of it. Whereas in the web, has the comprehension and the actual means to pull the strings. It is kind of considered the only fear that uh, has a conscience almost. It's the closest thing to actually being considered a living being out of all of the fears. Because, like, the flesh, it's the fear of being essentially subjected to just being a piece of meat. Like how there's a Tumblr post out there that says someone got like garlic seasoning stuck on their fingers and they smelled like garlic and had the choking realization that I'm just living meat that can be seasoned, is very much like kind of a taken from the flesh. Or the hunt, where it's the primal fear of the chase, but it's only the chase, because once you cross into the barrier of death, you're actually at the end, where it's the end of all things. Eventually, everything comes to the end, just like everything eventually comes to Hades. So Hades kind of is considered the king of everyone, but it's just a matter of whether or not you've actually stepped into his domain. So, speaking on like rituals, on trying to bring the fears into the world, you have the end, which doesn't actually have a ritual, because eventually everything comes to it anyway. If the apocalypse is allowed to continue unfettered from anyone trying to stop it, eventually the fears would run out of people to feed on, to which then those fears, with nothing left to rule over, would go into the end, and then the end is the only thing left before it itself also dissipates.
Yay!
I was about to say,
That's a dope concept.
I'm pretty sure I'm probably the only one who actually fully understands that, because hyperfixation go burr.
No, I
But
get it.
Yeah.
yeah, more as in like the context of like the whole world as well, because I am skipping over a lot of some of
Yeah,
the
this
Well, it's
details
the
and things
obviously.
like
simplification
that.
of it. Yeah.
Yeah,
But as far as like cliff notes, this is a pretty comprehensive understanding of the concept.
Yeah. It makes
You
sense.
know, makes sense.
it's
Yeah.
You can.
it's
It's like the vampire thing. You can't just eat all the humans and then run out of anything else to eat.
which is one of the things that when in like season 5 of the podcast comes to a full head, because the whole apocalypse is in fashion. You're being led through each domain to see kind of how, if they had succeeded, the world would look. And the reason why you're able to
Oh.
see all of them is because the Eye succeeded in actually bringing forth the ritual. So it's
Oh.
watching over everything and being fed by all of the other fears.
Hmm.
And something that the web, and thus also John, because he was touched by the web at such a young age, realizes is that if he does nothing, the world goes to shit. More so than, the literal apocalypse. It will just actually be consumed by itself. Or, because of plot relevant things, he sends those fears scattered out into the world, along with all of his notes that he has taken the entire time that he has been the archivist, and sends them out into the world with hopes that those tapes will save theirs and prevent them from going forth and being able to ever complete another ritual. And so it's kind of the thing of, do I sacrifice literally everyone on my entire world versus give them a chance to be saved, because now the fears aren't concentrated on my world. I can save my world from being sundered, and while yes, subjecting the rest of a fractured universe to these fears, giving them a better shot than what we had because I was purposefully kept in the dark, and I'm not going to do that to these people.
So this isn't
It's
the
kind of like
Convergence, right?
yeah, I was about to say, kind of like Sunder Kingdoms and Silas Quint right now. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Yeah, a little
I
bit.
see the parallels very strong.
It's a
I was like,
reason
huh.
why. It's a reason why I very much went from the Magnus Archives brain rot into being very, very intrigued about the Sundered Kingdoms, because there's a lot that you can grasp onto and a lot of choices that can be made that aren't necessarily good, that aren't necessarily bad,
Yeah,
and seeing the effects
yeah.
of it.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
You're just hyper fixated on it. It's like, ooh, nom 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 nom.
Listen, you can't give me a amazing, juicy, delicious world and expect me not to go, ooh. I want
Look, you were
more.
just when you first found out about this was just me venting about like you want to hear the shit I have to do as Lance right now.
Yeah, and then you went into the details of the world and you talked about it, and then I started watching it, and now we're here where I have too many notes, so many notes. Oh dear God, I should have
Yeah, you're
organized these
second
when I was
parent
making
now.
them.
Congrats,
Yeah, I
congrats,
know.
you're second parent.
Yippee!
You're gonna be second parent. You're gonna deal with this. This is your fault.
Listen, all I'm saying is I'm very, very excited. I don't care if I have to be second parent or anything. I'm very, very
You were
excited to be
laughing
able
at
to like.
Lance having to deal with it. I'm like, okay, bet this is on you next.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, cool. I can just call out a few times and be like, yeah, Stars got it. Good luck, everyone.
Well,
Good
I
luck,
mean,
everybody.
I'll take a smoke
Stars
break.
kind of helped step in anyway when like
Yeah,
Paul's not able to make it to sessions.
Oh, I realize
yeah.
that. I that's why I also poke fun at you. It was like, I'm not the leader, Jack is. I'm like, well, guess what? He's not always gonna be there.
The profound pain.
Because I'm gonna be
He,
honest, one of the things that I'm very afraid of with first class is that if it's kind of the American military thing of without a leader, we just default to violence.
I'm so glad I can
You
change
kind of got
characters.
yeah, no, that's something I was very cognizant of. It's a part of the reason why I had Silas go along with the party for this, as a kind of
Okay.
a moral safety nest to prevent it from ever getting too out of hand.
Until we come across God, I don't even remember what their fucking section was called, but like the two guys that we then interrogated and just fucking busted through one of their heads.
Tillman, yeah, Tillman and McDonough
What's his tits? Like like God.
fucking shotgunned him straight to the chest.
The entire time was Shin just being like, let me put them out of their misery, let me put them out of their misery, I want to kill them. And I'm just like, please stop, we're trying to interrogate them, please.
Yeah, I'm. Look, I did. You're saying this about first class, but look, there's a reason I have such good attendance.
Yeah, I know.
The only reason I don't think they're more murder hobos is because they're waiting for me to get the info before they go, okay, can we kill it yet? I'm like, no, stop it.
Can we kill it yet? That's crazy work.
I
Are
did
you
kind
telling
of
me
have.
you haven't had that vibe occasionally?
No, yeah.
The only
I
reason
can't
they
even deny.
like the only reason they haven't tried to do that is because we're dealing with either with Denarians, paracausal bullshit, or overgod shit. So they can't just go, can I kill it? And also, can I
But
kill it
does it have
harder?
an off switch?
Fucking
Hey, what happens if we just press this lever without actually checking in and asking what it does? Because we didn't ask that many questions about the black coffin before we just went off and went, hey, let's go.
okay, no, don't give me that attitude. Don't give me that fucking attitude. I remember specifically when Lance was asking questions to make sure I understood the goddamn coffin. Fucking Silas Quint was like, you just use it. Don't do anything stupid. I gotta go. Silas, you can verify that. That's basically how you treated Lance when he
Yeah,
asked too many
yeah.
questions.
Because he only expected the party to use it to seal up the stuff from Site Zero and then pass it back. He didn't realize that you were going to go straight to the temple of the World Shaper right after.
Motherfucker, I tried contacting you and you're like, kinda busy, and I'm like, alright then.
To be fair, you were actively in the middle of fighting first class.
Yep, he was literally in the middle of doing a training fight with first class.
To be fair,
As that was
we're now
happening.
at a point of technology, he could have left a voicemail. You can't tell me we reached like intranet quality and you can't leave a fucking voicemail.
Okay, you can't
Look,
tell me that
sometimes-
Silas's voicemail isn't constantly full because of people calling him.
No, him contacting us. Contacting us. You can't do a follow-up, motherfucker. He
Look,
called.
I'm like this in real life, okay? I'm bad at leaving messages.
Yeah, I know our characters are a reflection of us. We've gone through this saga dance multiple times. Lance was like the young version, hopeful version of me, and then guess what? Reality hit, and now he's me.
God damn.
You wanna, because you know, if Lance didn't hold back, vicious mockery would not be considered a. It should not be a. What the fuck is it called? Not level 0 spell.
Cantrip?
Cantrip, because you know that thing would do too much damage.
Oh yeah.
This is Alistair and Lance speaking. I know how to make your insecurities your nightmare. I will hurt you in ways you've never been hurt.
We're gonna pull out the psychological damage.
I'm gonna make sure you have to go to therapy when I'm done with you.
What therapy? What therapy exists in the Sundered Kingdoms?
That's just me tying you up and just making sure you can't get away.
Oh my god. I did actually have a question that kind of tied back to something we brought up earlier with like how like what exactly is public knowledge about the breakers? What is public knowledge about first class? Does the public even know
Virtually
first class?
nothing.
I was about to say because
They know
seem
that
like
they exist. There's a
They're a psyop.
Yeah.
there's a political spin on most of the operations they participate in to keep obviously national security secret. But part of the reason why you're not overly publicized, if that were the case, then we'd be like pretty much marketing our elite ops and what they can do to the enemy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'd be too fucked.
And considering how much very classified stuff that apparently we have no problem talking about in front of civilians.
Yeah, yep. So Silas kind of adopts the Grey Knight protocol where you didn't see anything. These people don't exist. First class came through here and saved the day. That's all you know.
Yeah,
And nobody questions it.
All right, so when I give back the coffin, also we're gonna do the research that I told you about making a neuralizer. You're welcome.
Oh, modify memory. Silas can
Yeah.
cast modify memory.
Yeah, I know, but it's cooler when it's the neuralizer.
That's true. A device that could actually do it on a mass
Are
scale.
you telling me you wouldn't want that? You wouldn't want just to be able to go put on some sunglasses and go, yeah, this is all just, trading. Everything's fine. Just look at the pretty
This
light.
is just a training exercise. That's all.
Yeah.
Training
Thank you for
exercise gone
participation.
wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, I think Silas would definitely be able to use that to a full effect, considering the fact of how many people are scared shitless of him. He could just, like, say something, and then everyone would fucking snap their head towards him, and then he's just like, alright, gotcha!
I have the conch shell.
Yep. And he has the that fucking megaphone that Medicus gave
Oh
him.
god, yeah!
Yeah, the fucking megaphone.
Ooh, I could just put neuralizer. Not to be.
I was supposed to say, I was just thinking that.
The statues of Evening Star.
Oh god.
Ooh, that'd be crazy.
Oh no. That has a lot of
I mean, I can't
implications for
talk
what you
shit.
can do with that.
Yeah.
Mists of Melancholy, I can't talk shit.
Like you have no
Blackbird
idea.
song, I can't talk shit.
There's so much things that like land. You're be thankful that even with Lance going down this path, he's still true neutral. He could do way worse.
Yeah, Silas ain't got no qualms. He's lawful evil. Bro kills too many people for him to be anything but lawful evil.
Yeah. I can't go any worse because then it's gonna be confusing if it's like I know that it technically can work, but like having an evil god of heroes.
No, I know what you mean.
It doesn't make any sense. Also, like we have discussed the whole concept thing of like because Star, you've also mentioned the epithet thing because also technically like, hey, guess what? Everyone thinks they're the hero of their own story.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can get views on basically anyone who is actually striving to do anything that is beyond a civilian because you're thinking you have a higher purpose.
That one could be a little bit subjective.
Yeah.
'cause
It's
higher
subjective.
purpose,
I know,
yeah.
but
But
I know
that can be
yeah.
a vector for, yeah. No, you're not wrong. That can be utilized as a vector.
Yeah, it's just like if you think you're what you're serving is something of the greater good, that would probably fall at least depending on the viewpoint of it. Everyone can skew themselves. Again, you could skew it to be like, no, I'm doing what's right. I'm a hero.
Yep.
And if not, guess what? If you're a civilian, you probably have a lot of hopes and dreams that you're praying for something good to happen.
Wait till you see how that pans out.
Yeah.
That's like I said, in the lower tier of things, I very much look forward to getting to show how some of these things have been expressed and like the impact and reflection they've had on the world. It's gonna be really sick. It's like
I'm
really fucking dope.
Yeah. I do want an episode where it's just us seeing the ramifications because that'd be nice and cool and interesting. And I know Star would love that
I've
too.
thought about it. Yeah.
Because let's just say I'm so thankful that Lance has done his best to be like, Lance will do everything he can to help, but he still wants to have things be a bit automated. When even when he's gone, it's not like the city's on fire. Because I definitely feel like some gods they can't leave because their worshippers are like, what do we do?
That's kind of part of the
Answer us.
reason.
In some cases, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of part of the reason why, like a couple months back, I was like prodding you about like how does Evening Star work when Lance isn't there? Because he can't be there all the time. He has missions and stuff that he has to
Yeah.
do as the Pantheon leader, and why I've kind of like going back just a little bit of what happens if someone thinks they're the hero of their story, but objectively they're doing wrong, but to them, like to themselves and to the people that they are surrounded by, they are the hero. Like, take a Baron, for example. There are probably Barons that absolutely have a construed viewpoint of, I am doing good. This is a justice that I am doing, and I am providing a good.
Jean?
Yeah, exactly. Like,
yeah, well, he wouldn't get he in a sense I might get something from him, but he would not necessarily be a recognized hero.
Yeah,
'Cause,
that's where it starts to get a little subjective, and how that would play out would be really, really fun to show you guys.
Yeah, because the way I imagine it is because if they're still viewing it from the like, let's say someone becomes a baron to be like, don't do anything to my tree, I will offer myself as a baron or something as such. I would imagine if they were in the Sundered Kingdom scenario, if they were around and people would think of like, oh, thank God he sacrificed himself, he was a hero. I would imagine in this situation, I would, if they were in the Sundered Kingdoms, I could tap into that worship, but it's still under my jurisdiction to be like, yeah, you're a hero. Even if you are a baron, technically I could still view someone as a hero. I get the final say. It's not like a
That's where it starts to get interesting, and why
Yeah.
I'm saying like you do influence it in a major way.
yeah.
But the intrinsic properties of heroism, that's something you can't really control.
Well, okay,
As an
sure.
immutable truth. You know what I
No,
mean?
yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm just saying,
How
like,
it's
as long
interpreted,
as they don't
though,
cross a
yeah.
certain line,
Yes, yes.
they can be a hero even if they're a baron. That's
Absolutely.
how I'm what I'm trying to say. Like my
Well, yeah, 'cause
definition
like
of
a
a
fair.
hero is what determines it, not anyone else's. So that's what I was trying to argue. Is like,
No, yeah.
not that like, oh no, they did genocide. I'm like, no, Lance would still consider them a villain at that point. It's like, we can't go back anymore.
Like I said though, there's an exterior facet to
Yeah.
it that you don't necessarily control. Much
Yeah.
like being the god of water, you don't change what water is. You have
Sure.
absolute command over it, but you don't change what water is water, right? Fire is fire. You can make fire do anything within that purview. You can tap into any facet that borrows from those properties, but you can't intrinsically change the fundamental truth as to what fire is. And this is where things like metaphysical concepts can have their double edged sword. Yes, they
Yeah.
can create an avenue for vast and diverse worship, but they also leave ambiguity for interpretation and expression. And that's where that in step for gods usually comes into play. And that's
Yeah.
the part I'm looking forward to showing.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah. There's even you can't change the molecules or like the combination of. Yeah, I understand that what you're saying. It's just still like
Yeah.
I imagine in a certain aspect, it's like, well, they accepted to be a baron, but at the same time, they also sacrificed themselves. And like, let's say it was to try and get the power, like, well, because we're in a situation though, because we talked about Teehee, what if we do this with John kind of situation. He was a baron, but like things changed.
Exactly. And it wasn't necessarily heroism that changed, but John.
Yeah.
You see what I mean?
Yeah. No. I'm not gonna argue the whole like.
That's where it gets kind of like funky with the metaphysics of it. I'm looking for that's why I just don't want to spoil it. I would say more, but I just don't want to spoil it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, the problem is you're talking to me and Star, and we're the two thinkers. Therefore, you're like, you're on there, but you're not right. And I want to give you it, but I can't.
Close. Yeah. Definitely close.
You've done this so many times. It's like, we can't talk about it right now. It's like, okay, well. And then I'm like, okay, well, we need to stop talking before you spill something you don't want to. And then on that note, because it's been 5 hours and I feel bad for everyone here for the length of it.
Yeah, admittedly, poor Gandy's out.
Yeah, I kind of figured. We should call it unless there's something like last minute.
I mean,
any other questions?
I was gonna say I could just keep talking. No, the only thing I had was like actual logistic stuff because I've got a couple questions about like background stuff. So like stuff with like my divinus and like the AI and stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because I was just wanting to make sure you saw that I had picked which AI.
You're turning staticky again.
Yep.
God damn it. I'm very excited to see how Rose and Thorn will play out with like just how Star is as a person.
Oh, me too.
Okay. I think that stuff can be talked about off stream.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's why I was saying like it's just kind of like back end stuff.
Is there someone you want to raid, or eat for either of you?
Who the fuck is awake right now? Because all of my
I don't know.
are like dead.
All right, I'm just gonna find someone.
Yeah, because otherwise I'm gonna send people to like animal channels.
Let's see. The person that I am looking at it's one of uh Steph's friends.
Okay, yeah.
They're playing Apex right now, so
Yeah,
let me copy and
just
paste it for you.
thank you.
Oh, nope. I accidentally put in the search. All right, I'm just gonna start the raid now because it's late.
It is very late.
But
No
thank you
worries.
for this. I hope you both had a good time.
Absolutely.
Thank
And I
you
hope so for Gandhi.
agreeing.
Yep. But yeah, this was fun to be on the other side of it.
Right?
I'm glad you guys enjoyed because definitely the whole I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this, but like the whole purpose of why I wanted to do like Tales of the DM specifically is because I wanted to put a spotlight on what you guys do behind the DM screen and make appreciation for it too.
Thank you.
I really appreciate that, Star.
So yeah.
Uh,
Plus I'm always excited to just hear you guys yap about what you guys do.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
yeah. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. If that is everything, I'm gonna hit raid now, and thank you to
Yes.
have a good night.